me what you got. Show me what you got. Down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God. Ain't no reason to back down, so step it up. God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back. Show me what you got. Back down, back up, back down, back up. 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 Show me what you got. Show me what you got. Down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God. Ain't no reason to back down, so step it up. God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back.
ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome. We are back for what will actually be the final rendition of these closed qualifiers running through. This is the VALORANT Oceanic Tour 2021 Open or Closed Qualifier number 2 of stage number 3. I am Mitch Conky Concannon. Alongside me is Dion Komodo Perrotta. Dion, we're finally back with some VALORANT together, my friend. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling good, man. It's been a little bit since I've been on Valorant. Of course, the open calls and everything saw me not there. It was a bunch of other handsome people, which was good to kind of sit back and watch it. Take a little bit of just a mellow approach with that one, I guess you could say. But coming into it today, we're back. We're ready to get into it to, I guess, start out the week.
Absolutely, my friend. But look, for anyone who is just joining us, you're across various different channels this evening. If you understand the competition, let's have a little bit of a recap.
Welcome to the VALORANT Oceania Tour, a year-long tournament where the best players from Oceania battle it out for cash prizes, a place in the North American VALORANT Champions Tour, and a shot at the global title. Players can compete in up to 3 stages consisting of open and closed qualifiers and regional finals, each with their own AUD $10,000 prize pool. By placing high enough, they'll accumulate enough championship points to be one of the top 8 teams fighting for a shot at the OCE Championship, where the prize pool doubles. These 2 top teams go on to the North American Last Chance Qualifier, with the winning team invited to the VALORANT Champions, where the world's greatest compete to be named 2021's Global Champions, winning an as yet undisclosed prize pool and true gaming glory. For more information, head to LetsPlay.Live/VOT.
And normally this is the part where I tell you to jump on LetsPlay.Live/VOT, but no longer can you, because already we are into the tail end of the year. How quickly it has gone. But obviously, guys, again, reminder, there is that prize money that will be going into this competition as well. So these are the second round of the closed qualifiers. These teams playing to jump into that stage 3 regional final, as you did see from the video from the beautiful Kathy. And yeah, it's everyone playing for prize money in each of those 3 stages. We've already given away 20,000 Australian dollars, now a third lot of 10k, which will obviously be played in a couple of weeks' time. But remember, it's not all about the cash. Also, the individual performances will be going up. Thank you to our partners in Vodafone, chucking in some extra dollar for those individual big plays. It is a team game, but there's always an opportunity to find some highlights. So yeah, man, Dion, again, as we said, Jesus, it is already the end or the tail end of the competition, right? You know, this is the one where we will see the final team sort of accumulate their points to determine who is going to be, the big players in the regional finals, of course. So I guess let's check in on the points to see who has gotten to the stage that they're at today and what we're kind of looking for, you know, who has already really solidified themselves, I guess. And Dion, as we know, as we can see, Auto have pretty much sat at the top the whole time.
Yeah, they've dropped a little bit of it, of course, 100 points to claim a victory at the end in this sort of area. They have already booked their ticket in towards the regional final on this part in time. A couple of teams as well that will be meeting them there. A couple of teams that won't be meeting them there, potentially, with how the bracket is maybe going to unfold today. Of course, we saw those previous qualifiers where the teams have, just got on through. And I don't know, it would be kind of an upset if we didn't see a team like Mindfreak get toward the next area.
Yeah, no, for sure. But really, at the moment, we know that Order, Wildcard, Straight Out of the Zoo, and Team Bliss are already waiting in that Stage 3 regional final. But right now, it's not about that. It's about diving in to see who will be playing and, trying to join those remaining 4 teams. 4 slots, as you can see by the qualifying steps towards the end. And tonight, it's an explosive one. You know, how good is it to load our way in and actually check out those 4 best of ones to, really just kind of have a curveball thrown at us. Best of ones, anything can happen. And between you and me, Dion, there's a few games, a few teams that, not going to say we haven't seen before. I guess we've seen the players, but these structures, these changes, and those are the 4 games below that we will be seeing first up. So Villains and Pigeon, and then, of course, August versus Nebula, followed by Peace Direwolves and Mindfreak versus Funky Monkeys. So, yeah, 4 hours of action. It's always a good one to kind of start off the week.
Yeah, no, 100%. I think if we're looking at it, the last 2 are going to tickle my fancy just a little bit more because, the Peace Direwolves, looking really hot and heavy. Mindfreak, as I already mentioned, one of those teams that are up there, really close to booking their ticket in toward that last chance final. Funky Monkeys, a little bit of an interesting bunch of boys on that roster, which we'll be able to see a little bit later on this evening. But of course, if you think about it, it was just kind of dawning on me. we're in August with like a day left. That's September, then it's October, and we're, they're the finals. That's the champions. It's kind of ridiculous on how quick everything has just gone.
Yeah, man, literally, like, it's been the most wild July for me at the moment in my RL job. It's just been crazy trying to smash it all out and everything like that. And just reminding me, I have one more day to finish everything that I've got tomorrow. But that's okay, because these guys, again, it's kind of like the similar thing to them, right? It's the last chance for these teams to get in, accumulate those points, and determine who is going to be making it to the regional finals. But of course, that's where the exciting times actually do start to come through. But I think it's probably going to be time to introduce those teams that we will be diving into tonight. And of course, first up is going to be the Villains. So it is a team that we've seen before, Dion. They have made their way through a little bit. It was Tyrant, I believe, this form of roster, trying to sort of work their way forward in what we've got. So, Prophet, Cloxy, Myth, Marsh, and Pocket. I guess my watches are sort of around Cloxy and Pocket, playing those duelist roles and really trying to force their way forward. I'm assuming it's going to be Cloxy on the Jet, Pocket kind of flexing around with the Phoenix. And, across the board, it's a really solid team. They're a team that they've been putting in a lot of prac and really trying to, work, I guess, around the structured kind of role. They're not relying on any one player to kind of do all the work. And they've been really impressive to kind of watch and develop over this time.
Yeah, and of course, going up against their opponents tonight in the Pigeons, it's a bit of an interesting one. I haven't had a chance to kind of look at a lot of these guys in this current rendition. We've seen Dilution around before, Orange Pill and Issa. Jerky and Yuna sort of a little bit new towards my eyes specifically. So I'm going to be very keen to see how things are going to unfold with these guys. But of course, a bit of a different mismatch of the agent selections. You got Dilution predominantly on that Sova or on that Sky. That is one thing that I'm really keen to see him go up against a play like Marsh, right? Myth. Sorry, Myth. That's too many names with just so many same letters. But as I said, those two players are the ones that are keeping my eyes prized right now. It's going to be the battle of the Sovas, essentially, depending on what map that we do get on toward. I kind of do love to see Dilution on the Sky. I think he plays that character really well. But Myth, if you look at Myth, immediately Sova comes to mind, and there is a specific reason why.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Always pretty consistent, putting up some very regular numbers, which we've been loving to see over the last sort of, couple of tournaments, couple of competitions across the board. But for a map like this, or for an evening like this, I guess, it's just kind of one where I turn off my brain a little bit and just kind of watch everything unfold. Because again, just from those rosters alone, there's already changes that we're experiencing. That's going to be well and truly the case, as we track later on down in the evening as well. And I kind of welcome that a little bit. I guess it isn't really the time now to kind of try and be finding your feet in the team, tail end of the competition, but it doesn't matter. This is the time where even if a team doesn't make it into the next stage of the qualifiers and try and accumulate those points, it still means that we are going to be seeing, new teams developing that we won't be seeing the last of, whenever the next sort of leg of the competition comes around, new stuff where we move forward. That's when these teams will start to, again, show what they've got. But on the first map, why don't we dive into the vetoes? Let's have a little bit of an understanding of what that opening map will be. Best of ones, as we know, and very, I guess, kind of expected. Yeah, middle of the map pool, ending up on Ascent here, opening up bans from Villains, Icebox and Breeze, actually. So not looking to go to towards the newer maps there. Havenbind Split, all out of there, and then, yeah, straight into Ascent. So pretty open map, and I guess giving a lot of space for us to see kind of anything really here, Dion.
Yeah, and I think I'm really happy that we've ended up on Ascent. I remember last time that we got into the sort of best of one area, it was like Haven, and Bind or something like that. It was just completely the same thing, rinse and repeated. So I'm hoping toward the later stages of tonight we can see some different maps. But if we do get, the same middle of the map pool every single time, it'll still be okay. It's just the best of one area. As you say, anything can happen. But it's also one of the nights where we actually get to have a little bit of the experience of all of the teams, and we're not, just being narrow focused on the BO3 area where you only get to see like half of the pool, 4 of the teams. So I think tonight is quite important, even though it is that best of one area, because you are facing a lower gauntlet run if you do drop down.
Yeah, no, for sure. You don't want to really put yourself into that position early. It's a great opportunity to strike as soon as we can, but it's actually game time. So let's dive in and check who we are going to be seeing the agents come out. Loving that we are getting the picks and bans now on the broadcast. Always gives us that early run. So yeah, Pigeon versus Villains. You know, again, Villains, bit more of a team that I know, obviously we're not going to get 5 Euros, but that's okay. A team that we know kind of what they're roughly going to be pulling out, whereas Pigeon could be anything, you know, and that's exactly what we're sort of seeing. I was expecting to see Una on either the Cypher or the Killjoy, so that's come through. Delusion, very much as you said, Dion, on that Sova. Same could be said, but Myth is actually going to be moving over here on to the Astra, which is interesting. Pocket picking up the Sova and Profit with the Phoenix, so very much a change for what we're typically used to for Villains, whereas on the other side of Pigeon, I guess that's a little bit more stock standard to what I was feeling.
Yeah, well, it's starting to line up that we might have a bit of a mirror match, but you've got Orange Pearl on the Sage, which is going to be a little bit of a different endeavor as well on that front. You know me, I am completely in, I think, disgust, maybe the word to use here, with the 2 duelists coming through. You hear it a lot from different, you know, top level players now, where you don't necessarily need your 2 duelists. It's more slowing down a little bit of the pace in these rounds, really utilizing your utility with the changes that it's had in the money department, because in me not casting last area, I actually haven't casted it since like the kind of new patch, right? Where you've got those complete different money changes. You've got KO in the pool as well. So that just shakes everything up. I'm going to be really keen to see a KO come out tonight if it's going to be the case. Of course, throughout the rest of the week, I also hope so for the same, because I love KO personally. But straight into it, Mitch. Pigeon Esports starting off, you know, with that Sage. I'm going to be, I think, interested to see what sort of aggressive and passiveness we do have specifically on that agent.
KO kind of not too hype for me. I've only played him once and also don't know the ability name. So that one will make it even more fun as is usual. But regardless, guys, we are here again. Welcome. Thank you all for being here for the VALORANT Oceania Tour 2021 Stage 3, the closed qualifiers number 2, Pigeon versus Villains. Cannot wait to see what unfolds on this first best of 1.
Looks like a little bit of a cat endeavor right now for the Villains. Jerky going to have to try and deny something as the Aldrone does start to come on through, clearing out. Hate to get pinged in this current location. He actually is going to get the tag with a straight tailwind in for Cloxy, clearing a lot of this side. It's almost already a bit of a retake to come out from Pigeon.
Yeah, going to be tough so far. Straight on the classic 5 versus 5 retake on this A side here. Lots of ghosts coming around. The Nebula will fade, which means that they will be able to start walking their way up towards that short position. Checking over towards the door. It is closed as usual. One actually sitting back towards Heaven. That is going to be the turret sitting down. Going to gather the information, but it looks like it will be the explosion out of short here, Dion.
Yeah, and we're just waiting for the curveball to start to come in. I wonder if there's any darts to eliminate anybody under hell. It's not going to look to be the case with all the chaos that's happening right now. Orange Pearl, but look at that. Villains just decimating it. Una trying to still keep it in towards the side of the Pigeons, but with only the low HP, it's not going to come through. That was, what, 4 simultaneous frags to come through from the Villains? That's pretty decent.
I blinked and the round was over, basically, in that situation. Well done in the end from Villains to lock down that opening. It was a relatively stock standard take, you know, walk up short, no real control there. Great movement in from Cloxy to take it with the tailwind. And yeah, business as usual in the end. Pigeon, good effort on the way back in. Una, some great frags, but being down 11 HP, it was maybe just a little too hard to overwhelm the 2 remaining members. So it is going to be just the stock standard second round buy, only a couple of little pickups, maybe a sheriff or 2, but you know how you know, taxing it can be in that second round. Not really in a position to kind of half buy, just having to go relatively dry. Run around with the classics and see what you can do.
I've seen a little bit of content pushed to my eyes lately from Average Jonas on the Sova. Extreme amount of dart lineups to come on through. I actually want to see if any of the Sova line players here are going to come up with a couple of those darts, because they can sell some great fakes over toward the B site from lining down darts over here from A. It's really cool in the sort of mid round and the later round if you're going for a bit of a clutch. That's not where we're at right now, though, Mitch. We're looking for the entries in towards the A site. And it looks like, again, Villains are just going to push Pigeon Esports back and play for a bit of a retake.
So maybe a slow waltz back in, see what they can do. Just really damage at this point, and that's exactly what they're looking for, not trying to sort of force or overwhelm. A little bit of utility down. But realistically, it's right now just working out how much damage will be done. And kind of trapping the enemies in, not allowing them to find their way out and save those second round weapons. You know, they want to try and weaken the bonus as best as possible. And that's exactly what's sort of happening. Look at this, moving
no force,
all the way up short. No, none at all. So they will have that buy. I guess that's been happening a bit more regularly. Information gathered. There we go. And look at this. All coming straight towards Una right now. Cloxy goes up high. So they are going to be able to do some good damage. And Pocket's also very low. They're losing a lot here, Dion. Issa will get taken down by Prophet. So realistically, not too bad. Orange Pearl. We'll be able to find another, but Myth will close him out. So that ain't the best result coming out of the villains here, because Pigeons are going to be moving in full now with that purchase. And it's actually an operator for Orange Pearl. Oi, Dion, hey, Sage operator,
yeah,
hey.
I was about to say that. There's, well, that's at the cost of no Jet, right? Essentially.
Correct,
Who is going to be taking it up? How do you escape really, like, quickly? If you got it on the Phoenix, it's not really the one, because you're looking at more aggression off of a Phoenix instead of the quick retreat after a shot for a Sage. You can try to just bail and slow them down so they don't overwhelm you. So it's going to be interesting for the Cloxy matchup here. And in this quota bonus round, you know, only surviving with a Bulldog and a Spectre, it'll make things a little bit weaker here for the villains. And they'll just cop that on the wrist. They don't need to do anything extravagant in this round. Maybe take away the operator so it's not there in the next round again. But look at this. As you say, Cloxy's on a single point of HP. That's hard done by.
I didn't even notice he got legs. It didn't look like he got the shot at all, but now Yuna's going to be taking him down, and Prophet straight through there. And this was the problem, right? Like, looking at their buy that they had to kind of scrounge together from losing so many members, it means that they almost just have to look, I guess, past the bonus and refocus straight into the next one. There is still 4 alive. There's opportunities to work with, but, you know, I think the rest of them, there's 2 members with pistols. That Spectre is down in a bit of an awkward scenario. So really all Pigeon need to do is just not mess up, and then they go.
I'm quite surprised that they decided to use the Phoenix run it back to get the entry in as well.
Yeah.
When you're up against an Astra and you got a combination of like mollies and shock darts, if they use the gravity well, you're pretty much stuck vulnerable to instant death. So it's kind of very interesting to me that they've used that early instead of the next round when they get out the proper guns. But hey, these guys are the players for a specific reason. I am the talker right now, and Delusion's done the talking for this round. Pigeon, they are very interested in locking it down, but a plant here for villains is at least something that they can take away with it. It's a problem, though, that Astra gets the plant because they already have the ultimate.
I was going to say, it's actually Pocket that's picked up the Vandal here, still with 100 points of HP. That will be a good Nova Pulse. And putting him into an orb situation. Some further damage dealt onto Yuna, but nice and clean. Well done from Pigeon there, not losing any additional members. And I think they've got to be happy with that result. 4 alive, love to see it. And a cheeky little defuse to come through as well. So villains, they'll be full focus into this next round. And that will be where we can really start to decide on what the pace of this game is going to look like.
I would like to see it a little bit slowed down than your, you know, your quick rinse and repeat. I think if we're just at a glance looking at these teams, villains to go in with a little bit more haste because they've got the jet dash, they've got the Phoenix flash to go in as a little bit of a combination. You're looking at a team like villains right now as well. They've only got the 2 flashes that they can throw out. On the flip side for Pigeon, it's pretty much the exact same. It's only 2 flashes. So a lot of this is going to come down to the gameplay of the Astra smokes coming on through, and then what you can do with the remaining util. The damage from the hot hands, from the shock darts, from the turret as well, to not only get information, but a little bit of damage. So it's kind of a cool lineup.
Oh, good opening damage too. A little bit of a later gravity well there. I know obviously since the nerf, it does delay the time straight off spawn, but well timed, very nicely done. That wall will keep Cloxy at bay for the time being. Realistically though, just a very slow start to the round. Not looking for a whole lot of, you know, positional control. Rotation heading back over towards that B site for now. But I am a little concerned, I suppose, for villains on this starter, right? You know, they haven't really, you know, shown a whole lot of presence early and what they've kind of got. But I guess their support here is in the sense that Pigeon have relatively left open this B site. They've got the utility there, but nobody's home, and it will likely be the post plan unless they choose to make their way through this Nebula. But in the end, it will be Delusion opening up with 1 myth good for the trade, and that will be site secured for the villains.
And it's a little bit of a problem too, because the lockdown is in existence right now for Pigeon Esports, and there's no Hunter's Fury to try and counteract that. Unless there's the Shock Dart lineups, you are leaving yourselves quite vulnerable. So as the Cosmic Divide goes up, this would kind of be a little bit of a perfect time for Pigeon to drop that, just to make sure they are securing this rifle round. They've got a lot of positions they could drop it, and then just making sure they're clearing out the back of the site. But the problem being is this wall. They get in front of it, and now it's coming into the lane play from Marsh. He's found one with Pocket. There goes the lockdown.
Ooh.
Is it a little bit too late though? It's very open. The frag there was needed, and now you've got Myth essentially locked in the back of this boathouse, and
is he going to get taken?
Get him. It doesn't get him.
Oh, that's tight. Good shot. 11 HP. They've got to get moving. Orange Pearl is so far away.
No, he's DC'd.
Oh. I was going to
just
say.
won that round off that frag. Oh, that's rough.
That is so rough. Okay, well, I guess there's not really a whole lot we can do. Myth's going to see him. Will he kill him? Yeah, of course he will, yeah. Does he get the operator? Come on, Myth. You got to be knowing that he's DC'd, mate. What do we even go from here?
BL on the internet.
Yeah,
there.
pretty
Last
much.
night it was my DC. Tonight apparently it's Orange Bells.
Yeah, that is very, very rough, and I guess they've taken advantage of it. But what are the kind of rulings in this situation? Right, it's only at like a certain time in the round if you call the pause, or you
I
call
think,
the DC,
honestly,
or
well, you can reset it and everything if there's no damage done, because Valorant now we've got observers. Resetting it is like a piece of cake.
yeah.
Timing on the kill or the damage is it 20 seconds in Valorant?
I think so. Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
It might even be less because barrier's up. Nah, it wouldn't be less. I'd say 15 to 20 seconds. I think maybe if there's no damage done, it's resettable. Of course, the strat book would need to be consoled for that. But I guess in this tech pause, time for both of these teams to just get everything in order, right? It's another round over to Villains when they were looking a little bit shaky on their entries, specifically on this attacker side, not building up any of their economy just yet. No one's been able to. 4 rounds, can't write home about anything about, at the moment. So, yeah, I think more so mentally is where this DC could come in, because that was a winnable round. If you think about it, with the lockdown going in together as a unit, as 2 versus 1, you probably get the trade. He's already low.
Yeah, well, that should have been the round. Like, that's the whole thing, right? I don't really see, unless it was a pretty crazy play to come out in the end from Myth. But look, I guess he's just taking advantage of it, right? And why wouldn't you? If you're presented with that situation, there's not really a whole lot you can do, I suppose. So it is what it is. But yeah, that was really the first gun round that we were looking forward to, that Pigeon, I thought, was really going to take that pace and set it going forward, because Villains haven't been looking overly hot just yet. But with that being said, I have seen good form from them. They're a team that I was watching. I was a little surprised to see that Prophet was taking the Phoenix over Pocket. That one was a bit interesting. I've always kind of held Pocket as that, really high fragging duelist. I've seen great things from him on Phoenix across the competitions that I've seen him in so far. But yeah, look, I guess, these are the times where the players change it up, I suppose. And they do want to be able to get into that position where they can dive in and really see what they have got to throw against the top of teams. But for now, guys, we are just going to work it out and take a little bit of a break to see what Orange Bell is going to do about jumping back into the server. And we'll be back as soon as we can.
With the new Vodafone Companion plan, you can add up to 3 people to your Endless Data mobile plan, and they'll get their own plan for just $30 each. Sign your crew up today at vodafone.co.nz. Go you!
Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back. Apologies for that one, but it is what it is as per usual. So we're just waiting for Orange Pearl to jump back into the server, see how he ultimately goes, because that's all we want right now. We're the same as you guys. We want to dive straight back into that server. So we'll keep you updated along the way, of course. But yeah, so far, obviously diving into that Villains versus, of course, Pigeon game. Not really a whole lot to take as of yet so far. There's been some interesting, I guess, changes of agents and things along those lines that we're continuing to observe. But that's about it so far.
Yeah, I think we need to see a little bit more proactivity come out from I guess both sides right now. That round with the DC is kind of unfortunate because it would have been one that we would probably put up towards Pigeon to get a retake there. And then you're looking at Villains get stretched in their money at the round after that, but that's not the case here. It's now a 4-1 lead over towards the Villains, and this should be the time where they've built up a little bit of their economy, although only with the one player surviving at the end, they'll have to deep dive back in toward it. The operator is at least here, so they can throw that over, and that might actually change the pace up for maybe an opening pick towards mid if they want to stretch it out there. Because if you think about over towards A or over towards B main, you got those Astra stars that are most likely going to be placed there, and it changes the dynamic having an Astra in the game when you want to get your operator out.
Yeah, for sure. But look, I guess instead of continuing down that route, let's kind of look at what we've got for tonight and what we've got for this competition. I guess it's a really interesting one, and the scenario being that there's only 4 more slots. There's only that final opportunity to dig into the stage 3 regional finals. We're only in a couple of weeks' time going to be actually finding out who will be moving into the total regional finals, the national finals, and then the top 2 of that competition are going to be running off and joining the North America's best in that last chance qualifiers before Valorant Champions, which I think is a pretty crazy and long storyline. It's not easy for us Australians, I guess you could say, and New Zealanders, but it's such a long haul, for us to get all the way there. So I guess that's where I kind of, angle it, like how proud I am for so many of these teams for really slogging it and putting their heads down to dive all the way through these stages of the competition.
Yeah, of course, we've just seen, a couple of the boys in the region go over towards Spain as well and see what they could do over there for a little bit of an adventure, which was really cool to witness. A big opportunity for those guys, which I'm sure that they had a ball over there. But yeah, another chance for 2 of our teams to go over. And I'm kind of thinking storyline-wise, if any of our teams do get to play against the Sonics or the EXO boys that they were named for here, you could really see, how much practice over in NA has actually helped for that game.
Yeah, absolutely. But, we'll get back into that conversation later, guys. We will send over to another holding. Just take a break. We will get this, rectified as quickly as we can. Otherwise, it might hit that forfeit timer and we'll have to look forward to the next one. But, guys, we'll be quick. We'll not keep you too long. See you guys very soon. Welcome back. We are here, and I do believe we are going to be diving into the game in just a second. Appreciate all of your patience. If you guys are just joining us right now, of course, we are in the first couple of rounds of Villains versus Pigeon. My name is Mitch Conky Concannon. This is Dion Komodo Perotta, and this is the Valorant Oceanic Tour. Of course, Stage 3, close qualifiers number 2, and we are very, very close now to determining, who's going to be getting to that final stage, and obviously going to overseas, representing Australia. And yeah, it's been an exciting time. I just can't believe how quickly this year's gone down. It's been like that.
Yeah, almost into August, get through that, September, and then we're there for the finals. And all I know is I am going to be destroying my sleep to watch every single game because I know it will be worth it. Maybe I'll even take the days off work. I don't know. We'll have to see when it comes to that. But for right now, the connection for Orange Pearl is still disconnected. So if he reconnects, we're good. If he doesn't, we're going to be playing it out 4 versus 5. Which is always an unfortunate thing. It's not the end of the world, though. It's not like it's an elimination game.
Exactly right. It is a little bit of a shame, but, these things do happen. We haven't really been given the call either. I do believe it's some sort of internet disconnection issue. But look, that's the way of the game, right? If you can't be there for the game, it is what it is. But ultimately, the admins will be in the background doing exactly what they can to help out as much as possible. So for now, we're going to disregard. We're going to keep on kicking. So just a pretty set standard for the time being. It looks like Pigeon are actually investing a hell of a lot over towards this A site right now.
Yeah, you got the stack up essentially at the door switch. It's interesting to see which side they're going to be on. It's turned toward the middle of these sites instead of the tree room. So there's one. The Phoenix actually hasn't been seen at the moment at the switch, but Foxy's going to be able to start off. Marsh is just betraying them. Knows that the runner back has been expired or destroyed rather, and I mean, it should be easy pickings here for Villains if you think about it. Only delusion with the quoted Deagle, which is the sheriff in this game. Can't do 150 in the face. 145 in one always hurts to see. But we're going to see what he can do. At least he's got Hunter's Fury on the back of this round, Mitch.
Yeah. Something worth it. Something to be done. But for the time being, it's going to be spotted out by the old turret. And a cheeky little wallbang underneath as well. Is this the time where they just... Do they know it's the DC? I think they do. I think they'll get that information eventually and start cruising along to try and go find him. Yep, that's it. Oh no, still disconnected. I guess it's an interesting one, like, even being the team, do we just go and kill him? I guess that's all they've really got to do at the end of the day. Hey, just take advantage of it and, set their focuses up on the next game.
And the thing is as well, it doesn't actually DC him, so it's not like there's an ulti orb or anything that goes on the floor that they can gather and stuff like that. It would just get complete replaced. But a timeout will come out. They may as well use it here to buy a little bit of extra time so they don't forfeit. If he can switch his internet over to something like a 4G connection, like a hotspot, or if he can just reset it, and that's what we're waiting for. We don't exactly know. But during this timeout, I mean, it gives them a little bit of time again to just consider what they can try and do if it is this 4 versus 5 equation that they're trying to solve.
Well, that's the thing. Still winnable, right? It ain't easy. but it is definitely still winnable. There's always an opportunity, and I guess it sort of, teaches you to overlook the adversity and really try to force your way in. But regardless, I don't think Villains are the team to start trolling or anything like that. I think they'll still take the game very much as they can. So, just running down their timeout right now and, allowing the extra time to see if we can get Orange Pearl back in. But I think it's something where I won't sort of dwell on it too much anymore. Again, this is a night. It's 4 best of ones. And it's very much like, I guess, not a throwaway evening by any means. Like, it just kind of sets ourselves, what does it look like? How are these teams kind of tossed up? What do their agent pools look like? And how does everything sort of head that way forward? So that's kind of why I'm here tonight, and really what I'm going to be soaking up as much as possible. Because, as I said, we already have an inkling of who is going to be kind of making their way to the, the top 8. But at the end of the day, in these games, it's just really the time to see, okay, we're not really set focus on those top teams at the moment. We're checking out who's going to be the ones setting their way forward and contesting those top teams.
And the progression lines as well, to see if everything is meshing with the team that they can try to build upon something a little bit later on. Battling against these teams is a really good world of experience. We'll come to see that later. Bit of a tag to come on through. The fallback from Marsh. Hunter's Fury out from Delusion. Might have missed the timing window. Nope, there's the 80 tag and the elimination. Actually, not the elimination, but he has baited the walk in towards Pocket, Marsh there. So you got to always be careful when that Hunter's Fury is around, that you don't walk in toward teammates' crosshairs. An elimination first to start off, but it's over diff, and Yuna is going to fall back, taken down to 11 HP. One thing I just wanted to cheeky point out, if the Nebula game next goes to Bind Mitch, I'm hoping for KO, because Tax plays KO.
That is a very Tax agent, I have a feeling. Can be very Chad with that one, running it around, doing what he can. But look, a good start, I guess, here, at least for, side of Pigeon, staring a little bit of fear into the eyes of Villains right now. They're still playing a very passive route. This is what I mean. Like, Villains haven't really shown me anything that proved that they were going to win this game in a 5 versus 5. And now in a 4 versus 4, they've only got 20 seconds left and only now starting to cruise their way over towards this, B main position. So they do have the time. It is going to be that gravity well going down, trying to clear the angle as best as they can. And Delusion will be heading onto the site. But if he peeks out at the right time, Marsh will be able to get the damage done. But there's the opening frag. Delusion now has the information, and it's a member of Myth all alone on this site. Will he try to wall bang it? It looks like he's actually not going to. Prophet is forced into an awkward line. Jerky's going to take him down, so this looks like it very well should be around 4 Pigeon. And Villains, what are you guys doing?
Yeah, quite well played, actually, from Pigeon there. They get the opening engagement, and they just know to fall off. Take it as a little bit of the 4v4 equalization. You saw the Nano Swarm actually eliminate Yuna. He was already low, but when push comes to shove, getting in toward the site with the real low time really doesn't give you any opportunity to screw up. Delusion just does exactly what he needs to with peaks, with the buying of the time, waits for Jerky to peek on through, and he gets his first and second kill on the board to start us off for the squad. And now we get into a new round where it's not the greatest of buys, if you're thinking about it. You got Issa with the Judge and the Light Shields. You got the Light Shields there for Myth. No one's really building up the economy except for the disconnected Orange Pearl. With of which, Villains Mitch, 5 ultimates available. It's quite scary.
Straight on in. How they'll utilize them, we'll have to see. Once again, the gravity well to at least give them some extra time. Locking down that position. Nobody aggressive, though. Trying to head over towards that location. Now the Killjoy lockdown will go in. And Issa just still very much locking down to that Judge. Something we do see him pick up on the usual, but it actually is going to be Jerky to take down the run it back. But site has been established on the back of the lockdown for the time being.
And no one detained by it as well. It's going to come to Delusion to see what chip damage he can do with the shock dart. It's going to be Nada. Issa self-blinding him as he is delivered to the grave. This might even just be a save call to come through from the Pigeons. It's the 3 versus 5. The Nebula has just been popped. You got a reveal to come out, but you would expect this to be quite quickly destroyed. Oh, never mind.
Enemy kill.
Oh, okay. Couple frags back, but it's actually Cloxy doing a whole lot of damage here. Only 2 bullets, though. We'll be able to utilize that tailwind to get away. And this time around, it will be Villains back on top. The site control securing it. Now cruising on out. And realistically, yeah, this time they're not even going to go force their way to find Orange Pearl. Very much just sort of round done and dusted. So 5 rounds for Villains, 3 alive. Good result. Not needing to use the Blade Storm or the Hunter's Fury as of yet. Still kicking.
Still kicking indeed. It's going to be that eco territory for Pigeon Esports now as well. The grouping of the stack could be a position that we see them in because, I mean, only 4 versus 5. You've got to try and do something to catch your opponents off guard. Take a gamble. You've got your whole team maybe against the whole of villains, or you take a number here or there, take some guns away, see what you can do with it. They got for the half-life, so they got the Judge, they got a Stinger, which is actually, you know, starting to come up a little bit in the purchases with the damage that it can chip out quite nicely. But for a round such as this for villains, if they can clean it up nicely, build upon their economy a little bit more, if they do have a shake-up, they will still be all right for it.
So cheeky little hot hands over the top. Jerky trying to take that control. Okay. Good shot from Issa. Nice little response. Foxy might be able to take down the turret, but he's actually put himself into a bit of an awkward situation. Unicorn can't quite find anything there. Issa just healing up at this point in time. Does actually have the run it back. He's done a lot of damage with this cheeky little stinger here.
Out of everyone to DC as well with Orange Pearl, it had to be the Sage, the one for the big heals, the one for the res. It could really change the pace of things over to villains because, you know, besides the Phoenix, there's no one else that can heal on the side. Oh well. Chipperina come through from villains, clearing out all the angles. Close the door if they possibly can. I haven't actually seen if it was broken. It's not. It's closing now. 2 versus 3 coming into it. Run it back available as you mentioned, but I dare say they won't choose to use it.
Revealing area. Found them.
I guess still a chance, but now with that dart coming out, actually probably not really a chance. Cruising around the top already. You know, that damage done to Issa. So he is still creeping on in. Does get spotted out by Myth. Now Marsh. Good response there, but yeah, Issa just pretty much has to cruise on out now. Dion, I have a feeling this game could have been so different, but we just got to deal with it as it stands, I suppose.
Villains are still taking it, you know, serious as well, which is really good. You know, they're not just trying to waltz over towards Pigeon, even though they are led down. They can hold tab to see that the DC is still there. I'm a little surprised that they're not, you know, just checking that every now and again, but hey, that's not where their focus is, right? It's not where the focus is.
They don't need to abuse it. That's the thing. You know, I think they can just kind of leave him be for the time being. Like, I guess that's a good thing about villains, and what I'm really liking to see from them. You know, it
doesn't give a res.
Yeah, no, but also just the fact from villains is they're giving the respect still. They just have to kind of deal with it. They're not, you know, looking to take advantage of it as I'm sure other many teams would. They're just playing the game like it's a 4v5 and completely ignoring this. So credit to villains because nobody wants to be in this situation. You just gotta kind of run with it.
Hopefully see Issa run with it with the run it back. Get something activated for the squad, but it looks like villains have the sneakers on right now. Wanting to get quickly in toward the B site. Uni's going to shut it down to equalize this onto the 4 versus 4. You don't have that deployment of the server at the back of the B site this time. So Illusion's going to be playing back for the Hunter's Fury, potentially to counteract the lockdown. If Yuna loses the life here though.
Sorry, bro.
Oh, sorry, wrong side. Never mind. I'm blind.
Well, look, regardless of the scenario, it's actually Pigeon getting a lot of work done here. Still a 3 versus 4. Yuna a little bit low. And now there's that run it back. It is available, but Issa going in quite aggressively. The position is he's in a spot where he can go down. So it's actually going to be Delusion and Jerky to start their finding themselves back into it here. Myth all the way back at the site. It's not going to be enough. So that's another round. And this is what I'm saying. Like, it's such an odd match in the sense that right now, villains should very much just be walking all over Pigeon, but Pigeon aren't faltering. Pigeon have still found 3 rounds somehow in this 4 versus 5. And look, I guess at the end of the day, more difficult side being that attacker's side. But now it's, yeah. Not where villains would want to be as well.
Probably not, no. They would be hoping for a more cleaner halftime scoreline, you know, and every round should technically be theirs if you're thinking about like a limp on the side of Pigeon. But while the players are still here, you know, they're still quite sharp in the server. They're still able to make work of a tricky scenario because you can't go in with a 4 versus 5 mentality of saying, oh yeah, we're always 4 versus 5. We're always, you know, going to lose the round. It's over. Take these rounds because it's like, you know, you find yourselves in situations in a 4 versus 5 time and time again in a normal match where you need to come back from that. That's exactly the mindset Pigeon have to go in with it.
Yep, absolutely. No point sort of, you know, trying to complain about the card or the hand that you've been dealt. You just have to, you know, put all in. So the spike plant will be secured. Yuna already hard on that flank. Gets a lot of control. It looks like Jerky will be able to find one back there. Prophet goes down. Cloxy, some good damage. Still in the position, back of the site. Recon bot goes over the top. Will be destroyed, though, by Myth. And now Pocket. Also some good damage here. So Pigeon, once again, starting to fall. Cloxy, another. And fortunately, it's all onto just... Yep, again, Orange Pearl. I thought Yuna was still alive for some reason.
Just the ghost in the game.
Yeah, the ghost in the game. So yeah, again, big respect to Villains. That was a much better round. Very clean. They take control of the A site. And good post plant.
Yep. Now a good stronghold. Cosmic Divide up as well, playing in and out of side of it. It's always good to see a bit of a double-edged sword at times, so always got to be very careful with it. And the Hunter's Fury, you know, not needing to be deployed at the moment. The rifle's just getting the job done. They can rely upon that a little bit later. Counteract the lockdown that, you know, Unit no longer has. So by all means, you can use the Hunter's Fury for an entry for that post plant. It's completely up towards Pocket and Co where they want to be able to throw that. And the run it back as well. So, you know, you could have the play where it's quick run it back in towards the site. You clear tree and generator with the Hunter's Fury. You got a pretty easy site clear. Your only tricky thing would be if there's a judge over at that A site. We've seen it deployed there time and time again. It's not actually over there this time. It's over at B.
Got to target concealment. Need that back.
So just trying to send some fake utility once again over towards that mid region. Taking control. Doesn't need the run it back. Already does have it in hand for Prophet. It's going to allow the orb to go elsewhere. Cloxy already with that position up short, following in the old owl drone, the usual play. Jerky in a bit of an awkward situation. Likely a spot to be cleared. Couple of angles, but Cloxy, they haven't actually seen each other. This is not good at all. Jerky looking the wrong way. Pocket to take down Delusion, and oh no. Good luck, Yuna, I guess.
No util either. Justice Judge. Probably going to be executed along the way. No jury to be seen in sight. And there it is. All alive for Villains. Not going to give anything over towards Orange Pearl, of course. Give the full respect of the DC. They don't need to claim any more money for themselves, although maybe they are. It's, you know, one round next. And we're going to have a knife. We're going to have a knife profit. Is that how we're ending it? There would be, you know, the technical resurrection if the death is there for Orange Pearl, but it looks like it's, I don't know, would you call this BM?
Nah.
Teasing the team because that's the view they see. Oh no, the DC's there, so they have like a third-person overview of somewhere on the map, right?
Yeah, correct.
Yeah.
Nah, that's fine. I see no problem here. It's all gravy. There's nothing really they can do at the end of the day. It's like, do they kill him? Do they just leave him alive? Round's not going to finish regardless. So they're just going to give him a little kiss inside the spawn instead. So, ow, Jesus Christ.
Hello, Astra.
That came out of nowhere.
You got to respawn before the round's done. Okay. Oh, well. Yeah, as we know, you know, not too much to say, really, I guess. You know, it's a very unfortunate situation that both teams just have to play it out. For the guns being here for Pigeon, you know, it's not like they're without a chance in the round as well. Both teams, Hunter's Fury. Some early information, an early lean for Pigeon over towards the A site. They got the play, see what they can do here. A lot of the stars as well. Early Hunter's Fury, though. Going to tag anybody. There's 80 onto Myth, not the elimination.
Yeah, a little bit unlucky to walk back into that one Myth, but he is still alive for the time being. Now they're going to cruise on into main. Try and take that control. Utility from Yuna is down and available. Yuna, great swing in. Good 2 opening. Very well done with the Phantom there from that position. That puts Pigeon at the advantage. Heading around the other side now, looking to regress control of mid. Good response from Marsh. Able to find that entry, but again, drop down to 30. A little bit weakened here, the Villains members, but there is still a chance in the 3-on-3.
Where do Pigeon go from here, though? What gamble do they go in with? Information from Jerky here could be paramount to a round success for Pigeon. They'll see the star go down. Nebula pop, not going to be the dissipate. Maybe a little bit of a gap for Jerky to exploit. He'll only hear the footsteps, pull him in the gravity well. He'll hear the jumping of Marsh, not choosing to shoot, sees the head. He's trying to be silent here. Trying to go for the power play into what it. Door to start to be closed. Jerky recovering a couple of the stars. Okay, a bit of a hopping. Oh, what? Plant in. Post plant.
It's been an interesting one so far across the board, really. Issa in a good position. Turret will gather the info. All 3 members actually sitting under hell here, which is going to be Issa finding 2, but will they clear him? That's the biggest thing right now. They actually look for him. Will find 1, but look at this damage being dealt by Pocket, but no, the hot hands. It's a little bit too much, and that's another round that will come out for Pigeon. So look, got to admit, give him credit. 4 rounds.
We good.
1 was obviously with all 5, and then 3 without it. So I think that's definitely where a moment from Villains, they actually got to sit back and go, what are we doing? I mean, it should be an easier half for them now. 5 members, full defense. Ascent being, I suppose, a little bit more quote unquote of a better half. More easy, I suppose you could say, but that's what'll be the time to tell.
I think if you're looking for the light at the end of the tunnel from Pigeon here, if they do all group around a site together, that's 4 onto a potential, 3 or 2 on a site if they're not completely looking to stack it with 4 or 5. Villains, I mean, the expectedness of a Sova to be over at B would be expected here. It's the Killjoy. Do they also float that over towards B, or do they do the other deployment towards A? We can see from the radar that they are positioning over towards B with a little bit of a short play from the duelists at the moment. Bit of a reveal, looking to lock in towards A main, but
Right there.
slower rounds to start off at the moment.
Issa gathering some info, trying to bait out for Cloxy. So nothing will be secured as of yet. They are still going to clear it, so very smart from Issa there. Now he's going to be counter flash, Prophet. Also chucking out the old curveball, and he's going to do the running race car, which apparently hasn't still been fixed. Thank you, Rito. The Pocket.
Bunch of damage.
Tap some further damage through. Still 3 on 3, Villain. So there we go, Myth. That's exactly what they needed. And that's the round done.
Pretty much. No plant, no orange pearl. Could technically go get the kill if they wanted to get better guns and, but the respect is there. They don't need to abuse it, as you said earlier. It was the attempt from Pigeon to bully their way in through short and through a little bit of the delayed play. But of course, as you say, for the drive-by peak and for Myth to be able to kind of just lock it down from the back of Generator. Some nice sharp shooting from the Ghost.
The crazy thing is to me as well, like, what's the go? Has the internet fully gone down? Oh, that's pretty funny.
It must have, and I don't know. Like, this would suggest to me that he doesn't have enough internet on his mobile to switch to 4G, maybe.
yeah.
It's a different IP. It's a different thing, Like mobile phones, quickly turn it off and on, and you got a new IP. Done.
Yeah, pretty much.
Or use a VPN. I don't know. I can only suggest so much.
Ah, well. It'll be done shortly. The pain will be shallow.
Placing alarm bot.
So, I guess in this round, Dion, there's not really a whole lot to be said, a whole lot to be analysed. What are you excited for in this qualifier, in the rest of this competition? Because you'll be casting another night. I will not be.
I will, yes.
I'll be the man watching.
I think I'm keen to cast Geordie again.
Yeah.
A little hot minute for that one. Of course, I've had my experiences with Pilsky, which is awesome to cast with him as well. Like the depth that he brings to the color, is pretty damn good. And I think just the teams as well. Like I'm keen for Peace and Dials tonight. I'm keen for Mind Freak and Funky Monkeys. I'm keen to see what Nebula are going to be able to do. I was keen for Villains on this one.
Yeah.
And then I guess, the next stage, what does it have in store for us? Because that's, solidify your top 8 position, I guess.
Well, because I was sort of thinking about it, and there's been, various discussions here and there. Because, right now, and I think it was Pilsky that I was chatting about this with, if Order and Sonics were to face off right this very second on the same connection, of course, I actually honestly think Order could win.
Yeah.
Potentially.
Be a hot game. Best of 5. That would be a really exciting thing to witness right now, because obviously there's been so much development, and the coolest thing about Order is they've only been getting better. Like, there has been no lack of improvement. They've, not kind of gone complacent, which is obviously what we saw of Sonics, right before they left. Understandable. They knew that they weren't really going to be getting anything out of the rest of the competitions, but given Order's position, they're kind of still focused. They're like, we're almost just like writing this off. We know that we're the best in the region and we're going to take it international. So yeah, that's kind of where I'm sitting right now.
No, I definitely, as I mentioned earlier, I'm keen to see what two teams are going to be going overseas for us and what they're going to be able to do. Is it going to be a case of they can kind of, look to be a Sonics and take maps off of the top teams on the world, even eliminate, or get the better of a couple of them. It's been really cool to see their progression. And there's always going to be this stark difference of the region's practice regime. For Order here, they can only prac against, maybe 4 or 5 teams, constantly before giving up strategies. So they have to be real careful with that. Where overseas, you got a lot more teams, a lot more population. But Order, very hot.
Yeah. And that's the thing, speaking of the, the other teams that will be joining them, we'll talk about that in just a second. Foxy, big swing. Trying to take that early control up towards back at top mid. Pigeons will be forced away. Issa has to heal up. Like Wildcard, Mind Freak. Mind Freak, I think, can improve on the sense that now they got Ferg. Ferg's kind of feeling his way back into the game. That's exactly what they were needing.
That's a good flash.
Loving to see Norson on, more of, I guess, seeing him. Didn't he play Duelist the other day as well? Which was kind of like, damn. So I think the Mind Freak roster can, really develop further. Wildcard, how they'll go. Peace, how they'll go. Straight out of the zoo, even if they continue as a roster, like, there's just so many different things. It's like, I wonder what's actually going to be occurring. There is no set, okay, Wildcard are the second, because they were the second. They beat Order in the Stage 2 regionals. So it's like, what happens from there?
I think you're Norton Reyna on split.
Yes.
If my memory is serving me right.
30 seconds
I think
left.
so.
For those that might have joined a little bit late and are wondering why we might be rambling about things that are not this game, it's because the disconnection is here. Villains have 5 alive. And apparently mines are in the gutter.
10 seconds left.
Oh, man. In the words of Yufang, go next.
Dude, I love the go next movement.
Yeah.
It's like what my games were last night. Just go next.
Oh, man. Just this is like a PSA to everyone right now. Like, just be better, hey. Like, this is the time where the whole Valorant industry, I understand, like, how you're feeling. It's pretty rough, not getting the support that we kind of were expecting or hoping for early on. But, like, the reality of the situation is kind of running around and trolling ain't going to fix anything. Like, being better and doing, like, have you seen what the LCO's been doing? Like, doing that is what is going to bring, that support back. So I think if everyone just kind of steps up and does the right thing, that's when we're going to see this region improve as a whole. So, right now, sort of shifting away from the rest of the qualifiers, knowing that we're going to be having, that's a bit unlucky for Prophet, but he still gets the frag. Knowing what we've got upcoming for the teams and everything like that, being like, okay, moving forward, it's, Order get an opportunity. Another team gets an opportunity overseas. They do well overseas. It gives further room for other teams to kind of come up and take that spot. And given that, I guess, quote unquote, Valorant, the aim's a little easier, it means that you don't have to be some like aim god aficionado. Like, you can just practice, work hard, and ultimately that opportunity can actually be taken by yourself.
Yeah, no, I agree with you on that statement. I think for me, it's also not just how far you can take things in the game at the moment. It's outside of the game as well. Build yourself up, build up the team.
30 seconds left.
As you said, what LCO's doing, I think the team content around that is phenomenal.
Oh, yeah. We're going to be seeing some more stuff. Mind Freak. Order. Good content.
Yeah, I've seen Mind Freak's, was it What's video?
Yeah, Freaks. Doing some stuff.
10 seconds
Looks
left.
good. But that's exactly what we need, right? I think that's the only way where we're all going to kind of jump up. Like, I don't want to come in here and just kind of like, have this happen. So it's like, we work real hard during the day, and the thing that we want to come home to at the end of the day is some bloody good Valorant. So let's just hope the next 3 games kind of pick up on it. But as I said, can't really dwell on this one. It is what it is, right? Whatever's happened to Orange Pearl's net. Rest in pepperoni. And, you know, just shift focus into the next day. Hopefully over the next 3 games, we've got some bangers and we can have a really enjoyable evening.
Yes, sir, indeed. And then, of course, the way that the bracket does unfold, we'll have some pretty hot matches on for tomorrow as well in the BO3 area. So do not forget that. Potential last round, though, in this one, Mitch. 12-4, the scoreline. See what villains are going to be able to do in, you may say, as a bonus.
That's where we're at right now, the Odins. Don't blame them. Also, I know they can't hear me, but team, I give you approval to kill Orange Pearl in this final round. It's not BM at this point. You've won the game normally.
Yeah, 2 versus 4. A little bit low on the regarding of Jerky, but now he's 6 feet under. And for Eastop, the 1 versus 4 would be the clip, would be the play, and it is 4-0. That is the game. That is the GG. And Coxie is going to take the prize with the blades. Right click at the distance. The trick shot. The phase plan attempt.
Let's go!
And
you missed everything. Oh, wait. Are they actually going to let him live?
I think they're just buying time. Oh,
There we go. All right. Very good.
Alrighty.
Well, guys, there is nothing to say. It is what it is. We live on. Dion, do you have any words? Because I think we just throw to break.
Yeah, let's get excited for the next game.
Can I get a go next? See you guys soon. Peace.
With the new Vodafone Companion plan, you can add up to 3 people to your Endless Starter mobile plan, and they'll get their own plan for just $30 each. Sign your crew up today at vodafone.co.nz. Go you!
ladies and gentlemen, we are back, and that game is now Dunsky, so we can indeed go next. But look, again, situation is what it is. We don't exactly know what's occurred. I'm sure that will come to light eventually, but ultimately, 4v5, not really a whole lot to speak about, and, GG to Villains. They move on into that next stage of the competition where they'll be, facing off against the winner of, I believe, this match coming up right now, which is actually going to be August versus Nebula. So, Dion, this one actually should be pretty tight-knit. What are you expecting?
I think I want to see just a lot from Nebula. They've been the team that I've really enjoyed watching, specifically when it came to their agent pull on Bind. I love their Fnatic-esque approaches across towards Haven as well. Absolutely loved the damage in the post-plant meta. They played it quite well. I'm hoping that there's a little bit of a shuffle, that the teams are kind of figuring out how to deal with that at the moment. So I'm going to be really keen to see not only what map that we do get here, but what sort of composition we are going to get out from those guys.
Yeah, no, for sure. But why don't we, first dive in and introduce those teams to see who actually will be coming into the server tonight. So it's going to be August, your opening team. That's Aaron, Nameless, Zenix, Hyok, and Hunter. Those are actually two players that I haven't seen before. I think I've seen some stuff from Aaron, Nameless, Zenix, but Hyok and Hunter actually not someone that I've come across so far. So that's always exciting for me. Great sort of, opportunities for these teams to come up. That's what we talked about, right? This is, I guess, what these arms of the competition are all about. And the fact that we've got, 2 lots of open qualifiers, 2 lots of closed qualifiers before it even does tie in to those regional finals of each stage. So, look, Dion, do you know much more about these guys?
Not about those two specifically. I think I've seen Hyok once or twice, but not in a team dynamic, I think. But of course, Aaron, Nameless, and Zenix, we've seen those guys a little bit before. It'd be cool to see how, I think the biggest thing for me is how they are going to be stacking up against Nebula tonight. If you're looking at this game on paper, I should say Nebula would take this one pretty convincingly, but those two are an unknown quantity. And here we do have it. The man is back. I'm so happy to see Gary on the server again. Minimize, Calp, Tax, Jesse, and Royals. So again, I'm hoping for just really big things to come out from them. Calp, I want to see him on the Jet again, but kind of tending towards the Sage and the Raze from memory at the moment. Tax, though, I want to see if he's going to bring out the KO, because that's going to be one thing for me that I'm absolutely going to love.
Yeah, no, for sure. And I guess that'll all depend on what map we end up of. But yeah, look, Nebula, fantastic roster. Kind of always someone that we've kind of been watching to see how they develop over time and where they'll ultimately end up. But until then, we just dive into that head-to-head. So Aaron coming up against Minimize. Minimize is the one who I've seen, I guess a lot more from. Obviously, he's that WA IGL, and we spoke to him in a few of the interviews. So yeah, pretty keen to see how he actually does match up against Aaron.
Yeah, and of course, both of these people, or players rather, I'd say, can play up on the sky. That's why I like to pick them to the head-to-head. I want to see as well if they are going to be deploying out from the skies, or if we're going to go something else. I know I've seen Aaron drop upon, the duelist when he wants to. He opts for all the Raze. If you look towards Minimize, I think he's one of the contenders to kind of pick, a different agent in all of the officials. He's going down the list. I think there's only Plix that I've seen who is one agent away from having every agent played in an official match or something like that. So I guess for me, it just is going to depend on, firstly, what map we can make our judgments, but then we have to kind of hold our breath as well, because it is, an anything can happen stage in a BO1. They could experiment if they are feeling just better in the aim department right now, if they put themselves up in a better light than their opponents. And yeah, that's going to be seen in the agent locking area.
Yeah, and, Plix being that good, no real surprise to see him on so many.
Breeze!
Okay, that is very interesting, Dion. I cannot believe that we actually will be commentating this map tonight, but it's one of the ones that you always kind of see maybe slot into a best of 3 depending on how the teams are going. But the fact that it actually has veto down to that part, I guess I'm not surprised given it's Minimize. Minimize is the kind of guy that says, I want to play everything. I want to play every agent. I want to play every map, and I want to, take my team to victory on that accord. I don't want to be a player that ever gets stuck by a veto, which is, what we're talking about. I think on the Counter-Strike broadcast earlier this week, same thing. You never want to be counted out on a new map or anything like that. So that's awesome. Breeze.
Who's actually got the pick? Nebula, August, Nebula. So Nebula got the choice between Breeze or Ascent, and they've decided to take it to Breeze, if I'm reading the video correctly.
Pretty much.
Because August have actually played Breeze a little bit. So cool. It's going to be interesting. They played against Villains. They played against Mind Freak. Their composition didn't see a KO, sadly. I'm hoping to see it in this one. There's lots of lineups. I like it. But you got a Viper as the essential smoker, and you can rock an Astra as well. I know that August tends to run the double smokes on this map. Then you got your single duelist. You got Sky at least. So if the head-to-head,
Yeah,
you know,
okay.
follows in through, the Sky will be there, and then your Sova for your information gathering. So it's Sova, Sky, Viper, Jet, Astra. I think is what we'll see for August here.
And the coolest thing is about this map, I don't think we're going to be seeing two mirror matchups, right? There's always going to be a little bit of versatility. Again, as you sort of expect, I think there will be that Viper, rather. I think there will be that Jet. But really across the board, it could be anything. I do hope we see the Sky. Love a little bit of Sky in the server. But regardless, the fact is we're going to Breeze. And I think that is an awesome statement to be made in this stage of the qualifier because this is, this is, I guess, the time to try, the time to sort of show what you might have. But for Nebula, it's very important. There is guys or a team, obviously, that have those points. They have that chance to really sort of prove themselves and go forward to the next stage in the competition. Because I remember a couple of these qualifiers back, myself and Pilsky were talking, because obviously Pilsky had a little bit of time coaching those guys when it was the Dragon roster, I believe, which was really good. Had a bit of a falling out. Now they're kind of back. I actually like this roster that we've got here, and I think it can be really good. So I am hoping to see them kind of step up and take the task.
Yeah, I think as well, picking Breeze it's ambitious, I think, is the word I would use right here, because you could be revealing a little bit of your strats early. If you've got a team that might be wanting to throw that out as a pocket pick later on, if it doesn't get instantly banned in a BO3 scenario, well, your strategies are kind of open for anyone to kind of fall on and follow on and counter. But at the end of the day, you're not really going in with the full counter mindset on a map like Breeze. You're playing your game as well. It's early experimentation phase still on a map like this.
Yeah, no, for sure. And that's what makes it so exciting, right? It really shows what teams have been cracking hard in the server and trying different things. And obviously, I guess another thing, watching the international meta, because that's what this competition's all about. It's getting to the top of Australia and New Zealand, then taking it overseas and making sure it does happen as best as possible, because that's what these teams are playing for at the end. But I guess before we do dive into the agent picks and everything, guys, I do want to give a massive shout out once again to Let's Play Live and obviously Riot for partnering together and putting on this event for us all. The Valorant Oceania Tour does span pretty much the course of the year, and we've been a part of it, you and me, Dion, from the very, very start. We've seen some beautiful other casters jump on in as well, joining the fray, and it has just been an exciting time for Oceanic Valorant for me. We're seeing really good teams, and we're seeing some individuals really step up to the plate, and obviously a massive shout out to, of course, LG and Vodafone in partnering with us for this event as well. Without them, it wouldn't be possible. So thank you to everyone who does get involved and gets everything done for us going forward. So we shouldn't be too far away from diving into this map of Breeze now.
Yeah, and of course, on that merit as well, Mitch, I want to give a shout out to the community as well. Come together, guys. If we're taking each other down, we're all going down in this boat together. We got to make sure that we're patching it up and we're building together. The game's been out for a year now. It's time to see exponential growth, and we all need to band together to see that.
So let's check out these agent selections right now. Okay, so Hunter will be the one picking up that Jet for what we can see. Aaron flexing around with the Sky. Like what I'm seeing there. Royal's obviously the commonality. Actually pulling out the Brim instead of the Astra potentially. Yeah, Tax pulling up that Sky, which we've seen him on plenty of times before. We know Minimize, good on the Sova. And look, I guess this is... Yeah, this should be the Jet from Calth, absolutely. Royals on the Viper, okay. Yeah, cool. I like this composition. This is great to see, obviously, from Nebula. And then on the other side of August, looking relatively similar. It looks like, I tell you what, if it's actually going to be the only one change out for the Cypher to the Killjoy, that's actually really interesting to me.
Of course. We've got the hovers at the moment for August. Also noticing that they have a coach in that coach slot.
They do, indeed. Coach going forward. See our last little ticks of time before we do ultimately dive in onto Breeze. But yeah, as I said, Dion, I guess this is what we're going to be seeing. These agents will be locked in right now to take into the server, and we'll get that cheeky fly over on Breeze. As usual, guys, once again, this is the closed qualifier number 2 for the Valorant Oceania Tour. We're in the final stage, stage number 3. These teams will be battling for 4 more spots to join up against Wildcard Order, of course, straight out of the Zoo and Bliss, to see who will be joining them in the top 8 slots for the regional stage 3 finals. And then points given will finally know who will be making it to those Oceanic regional finals. This is Conk Moto bringing it to you on Breeze. Let's dive in.
I would love to put in my predictions on how this one is going to go, or at least how I think this one is going to go. But because there's an unknown quantity on the side of August, some players we haven't really seen in the dynamic, I think I'm going to hold my tongue, though I will state it should be Nebula in my heart that would take this. How clean?
Feeling a similar way. I don't know. Like when you look at this roster on paper, right? Like that's a roster that you really think can stack it up and get a lot done. But at the same time, we can always be caught off guard by some of these rosters. And August, as I said, knowing what three of them kind of how they play and how they've been doing some stuff together, there is a possibility of how it all does go forward in their way. And best of ones, anything can happen. Breeze, who bloody knows?
Well, the Aldrone's out. Through the toxic screen goes Tax as well. You've got the double slider deployment, so a little bit of damage to be coming on through both sides. You do have the added bonus of those heals as well with the skies, but a 5v5 close plant. This is what we saw in the beginning of Ascent as well, remember? And then it was on for a retake. It kind of went pear-shaped. Are we having many nerd lineups? Is this what we're seeing from Viper and from Sober?
Oh,
There's
absolutely.
the first snake bite going down. You also got nano swarms available. Oh, this is this is actually kind of wild to think about it.
Ooh, Calth, was up very aggressive. Nameless does manage that trade. Rails will be able to find one more as well. So very much back into this 3-on-3. A great guiding light to come out from Tax. But in the end, it will be the frags being found. Minimized, though. He's waited so long. He's been so patient. And now the time is ticking. I think he's actually found the round all in his lonesome Dion. And he has.
Oh, no.
Yep, it's done. Nicely done.
Both
well
with the
played from
explosion
Minimize.
too.
Yeah, and exactly. That's going to be the Radiant taking them both down. So Nebula in the end, from, I guess, a bit of a bait play from Minimize, ultimately allowing all the focus go into the cave and then closing out the round accordingly.
Well. The pistol round over towards Nebula as we do see it come in. It's definitely not anything to write home about. It got close in the end, so... I'm kind of waiting 5 seconds. August, are they going to purchase up or not? I hope not. I hope that they get, everything going forward into a full purchase in the next. It's kind of interesting to see the complete Bulldogs bar one over for Nebula as well, with the distance that you've got in this map. Having out these little assault rifles early on is not a bad idea if you're taking those long duels.
All right. So already in that full retake, Minimize. Finding a couple. So the Bulldogs are going to do the work. Nobody going down. So exactly what Nebula kind of needed in that situation. Just making sure it was a full run. And ultimately the round does go their way. So flawless. It's going to mean that they've got a really solid bonus. August not really able to find anything there. But this is the test now. Hunter picks up the operator very early on as well into the map. So he's clearly saved his money nice and wisely. And he's actually going to be playing towards the tube early on. So leaving the mid kind of up towards Xenix a little bit more on that Sova. Same with Aaron. We'll try and find the positioning with the guiding light to get that early control. But yeah, it's good.
Yeah, third round operator. Again, kind of mirroring what we saw on the previous series, getting it straight on out. Of course, on a jet this time instead of on the Sage. Right now, it's the floating once more for Nebula straight in towards this A site. Nano Swarm's going to be popped by Hyok after a little bit of the info reveal, but through the tracing, does manage to navigate on toward Rails. That's his smokes now gone, and Tax and Minimize. Things crumbling for Nebula here. No damage to be seen, maybe none at all to come out from them, but I hold my breath as Jesse finds two.
Hang on.
46 HP to play with. It's down to damage, Mitch.
Absolutely, and at least that damage is secured. He might be spotted out here by Nameless. He absolutely will. So it shouldn't be anything more. And obviously with that spike being in towards Cave, all Jesse can hope for is just damage right now. So holding that line, I'll spot away, but he is in the ends up getting found by Xenix. So that's a great result in the end from August. They'll be happy with that one. And they can shift their focus into the next round, keeping it honest. And whilst Nebula will have another buy, at least it's pretty equal to that of theirs. And obviously only with 2 rifles going down, it does mean that Nebula's bonus wasn't a huge success.
Yeah, well, the way that this one is coming on through, the money can definitely be built up just by August finding this round and max 2 players being taken out. You got 1 away from the lockdown for Hyok, which can definitely be utilized on a map like this to lock out Nebula, solidify a round. Well, it does come to the question of the size of these sites. It's out of the ordinary if you think about how long the lines are for a Valorant map, except maybe the alignment to something like Icebox.
Poison's gone.
And we know it's going to be a big nerd map as well. Like a player like Minimize, he's going to be in the server, just constantly showing his teammates exactly what can be done. Ooh, that's a very lucky guiding light. I was going to say, if Minimize had a little bit more spacing, he actually might have been able to find something there. Was that shot? taken by Tax's Guiding Light there. I think he actually might have done him in a little bit. Kalf will be able to find one. Good trade onto Aaron, but over the other side, Nameless picking up that frag. So it's actually going the way very much for Auglis. Tax getting a well-found frag back, and he will be taken down by the decay a little bit, but that's Jesse moving towards this A site now. Control will be held. The turret is there. Is he a little bit too far away from it? He will be able to pick it back up into control now, but as he moves onto the other side of this box, Hyok is in a good position right now.
Yeah, and of course, you got to wait for the time for your teammate to come over and assist you. The nano swarms again from Hyok, buying a little bit of time, getting a little bit of this chip damage on towards Jesse. It's now the frag that goes the way of Auglis, and the second as well, as the Seekers are thrown. Bit of a wasted ult from Tax, unfortunately, to get the reveal, Mitch. Tied up, 2-2.
Absolutely, and that's a great response, isn't it? Auglis certainly showing tonight that they mean business, and whilst we haven't really, I guess, seen a whole lot come out from Nebula, it's been a kind of split default, trying to work out, see if they can find any picks or anything along those lines, but yeah, they invest in just gently, I suppose, you know, picking up a couple of those marshals, a Spectre for Kalf, and maybe they'll do something a little bit quicker here. It does look like it, stacking up towards that A site.
Right here. Deploying drone.
Massive lean over towards A for Nebula. You got a little bit of the floaties in mid. You got 3 players here for Auglis. The drone sniffing out Aaron. Have to fall back. Yeah, very punished here. There's the immediate destruction. Hyok's repositioned. Usually we've seen him play there, so it's good to see that he's still floating about for now. And I say for now, a big dink to come on out. Still alive. Plant in 4 versus 4 as the Viper's pit does come through. Hyok dispatches of minimize.
That was a lucky shot in the end, missing it out with the Marshal. Now Hyok, he's picked up the pace. He's already got 2 kills in the round, doing bits for his team. Does have to choose to start to fall away, however, has the lockdown. We'll get that in. But it's not going to go far enough. The remaining members are in towards this cave right now. Kalf just on the outside, holding onto that Spectre, but now that pace will be picked up. Oh no, the dink shot, and already onto the defuse will be Hyok. I don't know if they're going to be ready for it, but he's actually tagged him up. That's pulled him off the defuse. No, it hasn't. It hasn't at all. He stayed on it the entire time. Must have seen a different player model, but great job. Auglis take it forward, and now they're in the lead, Dion, overall.
Yeah, kind of unfortunate that Snakebite does miss in the end on toward the spike location. It was really well played from Hyok to get that lockdown in that current scenario. It forces Royals, you know, out of the Viper's pit in the end. And whilst it was good for one, the immediate trade as well, can't really see anything if the stick is coming on the spike when you maybe are requiring, you know, your teammates' information. If Royals is called that I've, you know, snakebited the bomb, or I've mollied the spike, or however he's going to say it, you know, the team has to have that trust there. And because of the miss, might have come just down to it in the end, the full stick. Auglis will take the lead in the early stages, looking a little bit pretty as well on the money department, starting to get up with the aggression down through mid at the moment. I do wonder if Nebula are going to be expecting this a little bit of a crossfire of sorts, or if you think about it, a flank from Hunter when this wall drops.
Yeah, great control. Really nice. And, you know, the information is going to be fully focused onto Xenix there. Hunter does get the trade. Aaron up high, though. I love this from Auglis right now. That mid control was fabulous. But as they do get the plant down, falling their way back in towards the cave. Information not quite gathered. Nothing spotted by that guiding light. Now the rotation will come through. Aaron will be able to gather some... No, that's actually onto his teammate. Never mind. But it's not going to matter because the Seekers do go out the dubbed cabbages as the remaining members... They know where that information is headed towards this entire time. Hyok will be the first to strike, but now the guiding light goes in. And once again, Hunter's actually already onto that defuse. And Dion, he's going to stick it hard. He's going to go all the way through. And that is another failed post plant here coming out from Nebula. Auglis have really shown their confidence in their valor, locking that down back to back. And that's a 4th round secured off the back of, I guess, a weakened kind of retake.
Yeah, the containment of the cave there for Nebula is seemingly not the play. They can't really hold that one down. You've got, you know, the Viper and the Sova that we've seen that they would like to play a little bit of delayed post plant. Auglis are getting into their face. They're not letting them have a chance to set up for the post plant. You can see them kind of fall over and falter with the rapidness that they're trying to get out those shock darts, out those snake bites. It's just not working. And then Auglis' guns, they're just at the ready, finding the kills where needed and taking a little bit of a lead. You absolutely love to see it from their front. 3 ultimates to be able to throw in the mix by a lot of time with a couple of them, specifically that Viper's pit with B. But you don't count out Nebula in a round such as this. Blades are here. Got a bit of a buy.
Good push in from Aaron, taking matters into his own hands right now. Spike, obviously, as you mentioned, still a while away, but as he's moved into towards mid, Calf does actually miss the shot, so unfortunately, that's all the blades gone, and Nameless can take names in that situation. Tax will be able to line them up, and that is going to be the Seekers off the back of it too. Now the Spike can be recovered, the rotation can occur, and that's the immediate call. A site clear, boys. Tax can take that position too, but yeah, look, Jesse has found a great position. Hunter does miss a shot, but he does find it in the end, and that actually works out not too great. Ultimately, though, Tax does catch the rotate, and this should be Orgless out of the round. They may even want to save this position, but they're picking up the pace. Tax is on for the ace here, and it looks like he should find this one. Nameless going to walk straight into the... No! Tax, he's let it down! 3 frags, Dion, and now it's a 1v2. The IGL minimize has to pull it out.
Yeah, no utility as well. It's all down to the individual aim. Hunter already posted on the line with the operator. Does use Tailwind to escape out of this one. You see the low HP. You see the buying of the time. Can use this Cloud Burst. 4 seconds on the deployment to rotate around. It's the first. The right click doesn't come out as well. Here's the tap. Here's the tap. Here's the bait. It's not a bait. It is a bait. You never know. Defuse through. August for 5.
Oh, man, I kind of feel like Nebula really tossed that one in the bin, you know, whether or not Tax was caught sleeping. I thought he was definitely going to be finding that shot in the 4K, but... yeah, that was a bit of a blunder to come out in the end from the boys at Nebula. I guess, look forward. It was just a disadvantaged situation that they weren't able to really turn around, but Tax did so much. So, I guess another sort of situation. It is what it is. Don't let it throw you. Sit forward and just basically strike back into the next opportunity. So, Orgless, they're looking to get 6 here, which will, ultimately they've already won out the half. Or looking to, rather. No,
looking
Jesus.
to. Yep.
Looking to. Maybe I'm just speaking from the future. Who knows?
You've got the script in front of you, do you?
Yeah, that's it. Exactly.
Well, the script has been read.
Tax.
But an immediate retaliation from Hunter. Can't quite navigate out of the reveal. Kind of stuck right now is where you are. Good frags to come through from Nebula. Hunter's Fury, left for a little bit of change with the damage. It gets the kill in the end to keep Orgless invested in the round. A lot of time could actually be bought here, and a lot of info with this drone. Tagging up one, there's the flank in the holes. Cal peeks that out, and they know where Xenix is. Don't really need the neural theft, but may as well use it just to solidify the info if the peek wasn't there from Xenix. Great allocation onto Jesse, but a 1 versus 3, always going to be a little bit tricky, specifically if Minimize has any time to get out a dart as well.
Yeah, it's going to be a good dart too. Gives the info. That forces sort of Caltan to push forward, and another, no, not quite. A little bit shaky if Xenix was able to find that one. That might have been the round turned on its head, but now as it stands, Nebula finally get a round back on the board.
Bit of a half
they only live on with 2. Yeah, exactly. They've got full money to move into this one. Only Jesse kind of dropping down. Same with Tax. But Minimize and Calth, they've got the cash in the bank account.
Right here.
And they really want to sort of try and find as many of these next few to take it forward.
Similarly, reading the script for the Orgless count, seeing them get over half. Well, with that round there, Nebula, Mitch, maybe you've jinxed them to not be able to find out the half. Nebula with the guns, with the aggression over toward the cave and towards mid in this little split. You got to see Orgless do something here. Don't actually know where that dart's landed. Looks like it's directly over towards the mid wall. Oh, that is rough. Wait. Okay, no. They managed to get it in the end. I'm seeing all these bodies and they're not capitalizing upon a blind opponent. A little bit rough in the end, but for all intents and purposes, Rush should have been anyway.
Yeah, Caltrasico fragging at this point. Give him the, nope, no ace. Little shaky, cruising around. They just want to try and make sure that Nameless doesn't save that Vandal into the next round. Tax is there, info gathered. Good shot though. Great response. He can actually look to do a little bit of further damage if he wants to here. He's going for this, Dion. Definitely so. And I'm sure Rells is going to line up. Yep, he does, of course. The classic. So Nameless will be struggling to find this one, I do think. He's done some good damage so far, but there it is. Snakebite straight down. And that's the round done and dusted. But yeah, overall, that was a round that I guess Orgless found way more than they should have with those classics.
Nah, definitely so. 3 kills, you'll take that away with a little bit of pride. Chip on the economy of Nebula. But of course, in a game like this, you can immediately see how much money, how much credits your opponents do have. So they know it doesn't do too much damage on towards Nebula, but you look toward the next round and the round after, right? Then you're looking, if Nebula do drop this in the next. They don't really have any way to invest in the kind of last rounds of this half, and you could really look to get up like an 8-4 lead. That is definitely what August do want to find in this current scenario. But for Nebula, they're looking for a bit of a tied scoreline right now. Seeker's available on both sides. Hunter's Fury and the Blade Storm immediately popped for Nebula. Looks like a bit of change of pace. Straight in towards A site is the endeavor.
For sure. Up over the top. Calf can't quite find it, but in the end, Minimize will. He'll certainly find the damage here. Tagging up a couple of members in the process. So into this 4-on-4 now. Hunter with the operator. Viper's Pit will go down. That's going to make it a little bit more challenging. They will drop. Tax in position. Now he's going to be looking to get that one out. But no, unfortunately, the Guiding Light will not be able to be engaged as Xenix moving through the double wood doors and will be able to find something as a result. Now tagging up another judge. Oh, no. A little bit rough, but Minimize finds another over the top. Zenit gets one more, but it's going to be Minimize with 3. And that is Nebula pulling forward their 5th rounds. And I guess giving themselves a bit of light, as we do know the Breeze side still a bit more CT-sided as it stands. Still learning out the map and working it all out, though, over time.
Yeah, definitely in a round such as the next, you can see the Viper's Pit go down for Nameless over at the B site, just to make sure that Nebula don't fancy themselves a bit of a waltz in. You've got the Force half attempt from August, so maybe that would be the play, just to keep a little bit of pressure somewhere. Put more focus on toward the side of A that Nebula have more tended over towards. It looks like we're going to have a little bit of aggression, though, straight in towards the shop, potentially. And there we do have it. Yok opening with the Nova.
That's going to hurt if you tax. Dying to a Nova straight away. Or the old... Wait, is it? It's not called the Nova, is it? No. Bucky.
Down A.
Close enough. You've thrown me, Dion.
I know.
How dare you do that to me? It's almost like we cast both games.
Maybe. Sometimes.
Hunter's still locked into position, though. He's already done well in the round to kind of, bite off the head of Nebula. They're missing an arm and maybe a leg of Exodia right now. So pushing in. Yok trying to take as much control as possible. Another will be found. So that's 2 members remaining as Hunter does slowly make his way down. He does get spotted out. Does have a couple more blades available. Comes.
There's the half-buy win. Did they nerf the Bucky?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's okay.
Still good gun.
We refocus. We move on.
Indeed. Last round of the half, Mitch. Looks like August at least have solidified the tie. We'll be looking for the lead in the next round. Again, in holding the Viper's Pit means it's deployable in this new round. You got the lockdown as well. Both big area of denial. Zenix 2 away from the Hunter's Fury. Killing an orb, potentially.
Yeah. Always a chance. Straight early on. Where is that? Over towards B main. Yep. And he's just going to sit inside it. Don't blame him. Looks like Nebula are still hunting for some further info. Aaron spotted nothing as he dives out, but Minimize has juked him a little bit here. We'll get the recon bolt down. Information not gathered, though, as Aaron will destroy it. Now Xenix. What a play. Straight down mid. Trying to get that early control, but the spike obviously still remains in the hands of the Nebula players. Over towards the B side, and that is going to be the Viper's Pit down straight away. Xenix now has a very big task ahead of him. He is going to be bouncing the shock dart off the side. Rules will live on. Now he gets the Cypher's cages through. And it's going to be a 4-on-4 retake here on this B side.
And the lockdown's available as well from August. They have to go and throw it in. It is the last round. You've got no Hunter's Fury for Nebula. You've got no shock darts available. Player is gone out of the round, so it should by all means be the lockdown available at the bit of the half wall. No player sitting in the little corner of the cubby, but the damage is starting to be done. It doesn't cover over the lane, but the aggression is starting to come through from August on this retake. 3 seconds off. Big shot out from Royals. Calp now actually destroying the lockdown. If you look at it, there's only one player for August still in this one. It's Aaron. And there's just too many players around him.
Yeah, cheeky from Calf. Cheeky from Calf, eh? Just cruising around that part being like, yep, no, you can't have your lockdown.
Switching sides.
And now a 6-6 half. This has been a pretty spicy one so far. I was expecting Nebula to be, I guess, much further ahead, but I guess that is a good sign for me, seeing that August have clearly got what it takes to step up and do something, because no single member is falling behind for August. Every single player is sort of stepping up to the plate and doing what they need to do. I've been impressed from Xenix so far. Hunter's had some great shots. Hyok as well has also had some great control. Whereas, you know, it's been kind of the minimize and tax game, really. Cal's had some moments, but Cal can be, you know, that guy that's, you know, absolutely popping off or missing shots that we'd never expect him to miss. So it's kind of like a box of everything for Cal. Love him. The gyms have reopened, so maybe he's just feeling a bit sore.
Like a Swiss Army knife.
Yeah. What's going to open up? Who knows? Sometimes it might be the corkscrew. Other times it might be the knife.
Hopefully it's not a blunt knife, though.
Yeah, that's it.
Like this aggression from him. Straight down mid. Securing a lot of information. The flank call's going over towards B. The dart is going to take a chipper amount of damage off of 2 of the players. Second one, and not so much. Rolls the wrong number on that. Now the death has been delivered to them because of that flank. And Nebula having a firm grasp on this round.
So bait and switch though, Dion. They're actually heading over towards that A site right now. Didn't even notice, given that hand that they forced just immediately into B. And now Rurls is in position to at least start to come back. And obviously we are seeing the flank in from Calth, but overall it is going to be a tough site to crack. Having that position inside the tube, Aaron getting a lot of info, but he's going to have to find a couple of frags. Good shot from Hunter, but it is all onto him right now. Dion, there's a world where he pulls off this 1 versus 4. He's going to have to hit a number of shots. And now as he does miss the couple of openers, Calth on the flank, it's just going to be too hard. Too many locations to check towards as Minimize does close it. And Nebula are going to be getting early onto the board with an easy 7th round.
Yeah, there's a multiverse out there, but not one of madness where August are able to bring that back and cause a little bit of chaos over the side of Nebula. Pistols their way, but with that plant, maybe we do see a little bit of the force up to still be contested in this new round, waiting for it. And the time's gone by. If they would have done it, it would have been already purchased up. So it looks to be the eco. They will get out their proper guns in the next and force that bonus on towards Nebula, who, I mean, if you throw it back, hopefully don't drop as many, you know, bodies in the first half, because you think about that bonus, right? It was not really impactful.
It's also funny. I like how the new knife, it like sits backwards when you're looking at the player, and it sits the opposite way when it's in its hand. I don't know. It's throwing me a little bit, but Jesse, the damage. Not always seeing the Cypher on the old Marshall, but he's getting work done regardless. But there, you know, has been an entry into the site, and obviously only having the classics here, that's exactly not what you want to deal with. Hawk will go around the guiding light, getting the info, and that'll be everyone dead. So look, in the end, despite getting the whole spike planted, I guess that's round 1 for Auglis. But Nebula still do keep 4 alive. So they're going to go into the bonus with not a horrible sort of purchase, and Auglis do have it a little bit tougher. I'm going to hope that we see something really strong and forceful come out from Nebula, really trying to sort of toss their way in onto the bonus round. Because if they roll over and die, I do kind of have a think that the way Auglis have been pressuring those sites early in these 2 rounds, Nebula might have some trouble.
Potentially so. Jesse's one away from the neural theft, actually, at the moment, which could spell a lot of information for the side of Nebula in this round as well on that bonus. If they feel like they need a little bit of a leg up with the lapse of information, definitely a way to do so. A lot of people think that, you know, the Cypher ultimate is kind of a useless one, but where it's have its time is, you know, early information off the back of a pick. You can kind of lean back over if you need to. I do love this aggression, though, to come out from Nebula, even though they have lost the first pick. They just need to be careful that they don't overextend too far. Very vulnerable getting out the Trailblazer. The quick approach with it. The recon dart's going to fall them back, though. And August with the open up. Looking all right. Looking in the driver's seat for this bonus round of Nebulas.
Yeah, for sure. And I like the actual reaction from Auglis, you know, like they were kind of ready for it. Made sure they fell away early enough. They didn't get overwhelmed by the play. They are going to cruise their way back. So it looks like Hyok is going to reconsider his position, as he was sort of selling a fake towards it for B, but now he's just going to sort of refocus and head out towards that A site through the cave once more. That's actually pulled the rotate from Calth slightly. So old mate Tax is going to have a pretty big task here. He's scoped in with that Spectre. Does actually manage to drop the spike, but now he's going to be tagged up by the Bolt. It's a 4-on-4 here, Dion. Hunter's found one, and so is Hyok. So straight back into that 2-on-4 in the advantage of Auglis.
Yeah, well, there's a gun on the floor that Jesse's going to be able to pick up, hoping for it to be a Phantom. It is not. It is a Spectre. So we'll see what damage he can still look to do. And damage is the name of the game right now for Nebula. Maybe it's an exit, take away a gun. You don't have to get a proper purchase in the next one. The turret actually does go down, of course, with Hyok falling there. So Minimize getting some damage done. Oh, this shock dart could find it. It's going to be the Bulldog. Now this is the flank. Huge. There's the deep. There's the death. Look at that. The patience from Nebula in the end there to go in. You know, spread around the map, taking the individual duels. They just look so comfortable with each other there.
Absolutely. That was, you know, we were talking about unclean comms a little while ago on the side of Nebula, but that one was good. Minimize has been absolutely popping off, man. He's been absolutely a pleasure to watch during the course of this map. And, you know, showing good signs so far. Nebula, by winning out that bonus, I mean, August are going to toss their way into another force, another purchase. Only some light shield for a few of the members in Xenix, Nameless, and Aaron. Aaron really yet to activate as well. I'm a little surprised. You know, I saw him do some good things in the last couple of maps that I've casted of him. But now it's Calth with the operator, and he's watching straight towards B. Nobody will peek, though, early on.
It's been an interesting debate, actually, with the operator lately. Are you a tap, toggle, or a hold?
Am I?
Be a tap, right? A toggle?
Yeah, a little tap. One tap. It's the only thing I can do in this silly game. That's why I need unbind crouch.
Yeah, true. Not wrong.
It's the only play.
Seen a bunch of people switch over to the hold with the operator and the marshal. Apparently, you can scope it a lot quicker than with the tap variety of it, the toggle.
Yep.
But of course, what do you use to you know, zoom in and everything? Apparently, scroll up is the way. Feels weird.
Bruh.
I've got your trail.
Hey, look, I haven't even changed my
I tried it.
jump. I haven't even changed my jump off scroll wheel, onto scroll wheel rather. So I've got nothing to say. But apparently the old cabbages do, and they make it a little bit difficult. Tax has blinded himself. So, you know, we're just talking about how Nebula had such a good round, and then that happens. So, you know, the duality of man.
And now the Trailblazers even going to get this done on towards Rails. And here comes a one tap. Oh, no. They're playing it patiently. I like August not giving Wells the opportunity. Hold the guns, hold your money. Don't force a rebuy. Maybe they don't even know where he is at the moment. The clearing's out. He could have waltzed away. The drop with the pistol.
Yep, nice.
Gonna bait a little bit of the idea of Rails, but if you can hold on to this gun, I mean, we know that there's enough in the coffer for Nebula for the next round.
Yeah. Well, look, Nebula should be looking good, but that was a very dominant round from August, and you know, a few really kind of fundamental mistakes from Nebula, like Tax, you know, going solo, trying to kind of save out the round, but then blinding himself, and obviously Calth, I guess a little unlucky for Calth with the Seekers. Did take the damage for the shot, so no frag found with that operator. But it's okay. We refocus. There is that buy that's going to come in. Jesse can actually purchase the operator for Calth. Good response. And it is going to be Vandals up for the rest of the homies onto this side. So a very do-or-die round, I guess, for Nebula. You know, they lose this one, it's likely going to be onto the eco, whereas August, they've got a position where they can keep on kicking and rebuy accordingly.
Cal for the open up.
Good shot.
Tailwind away. Bomb to be retrieved in mid. Didn't really go anywhere. But the important factor for August now is that's actually the Sova gone. So a reconnaissance is only available now from the Trailblazer or actual players waltzing around, spotting out with their two eyes what they can find. And there's going to be another one from Cal. The impact on the jet operator. One more off the tailwind again.
You right, Neil?
Man, I don't even know, hey. It's been a day, I'll put it that way. Nebula,
Yeah, it's certainly been a day.
it's a coin flip for them at the moment, it feels. You know, one round they're going in with it massively, and the next it's kind of fallen over. They've hit the tail side.
Yeah, they've still got to overcome this round, though. There will be some information off the back of that. The Seekers going out will also do the exact same, but now with the Recon Bolt coming out, gathering some further info. The Shock Dart, though, goes in. Hunter will strike, but he is taken down in the process. And now Rurls, he has found a fantastic position. Will he clear Aaron? He absolutely will. Another big pivotal round from Minimize here. He has been having multi-frag after multi-frag, and we're likely to probably get him onto the interview after this map as well if Nebula is successful. So I'm keen to have a little bit of a chat with him.
Yeah, I think I want to know how things are going in the camp more so than the tackling in this game potentially right now. Of course, a best of one you know your teams aren't going to be going in with the full kit and caboodle. You know that they're holding and withdrawing on a bunch of strategies to make sure they've got those surprises a little bit later on. And bringing out a map like Breeze as well. You know, if you look towards the later stage, you can even just ban it yourself just to make sure here you're feeling comfortable. You're getting in that upper area, one step closer to qualifying. You don't have to think about the map again if it's not your strongest. Just throw it out here because you feel okay to gather it.
Yep, exactly. And look, hey, it's entertainment for us, right? We get Breeze. Yeah. And now Calf, ooh, he's actually going to shoot the old Trailblazer. Fair enough. Great usage of the info to force the operator back. He does reposition, and yeah, no, you're exactly right. Does he gather anything, though? I don't think he did. That allows Calf to reposition. Great shot of the Hunter. This is the Calf that you expect now.
Vintage
Hitting
Calf.
his shots. Yeah, exactly right. Vintage Calf. I still remember this is before your time, Jesus. Sin Gaming Calf, and I knew nothing about him except everyone called him nuts. And he was. And then, do you know what he did? He retired. Never came back. And everyone was sad.
I do kind of want to see top Val teams take on top CS teams in both games as a show match type style thing.
Yeah,
that'd be cool.
Well, hey,
give them a
all I
week
can
to
say
crack.
is, guess how many games we've been seeing Inns and Alistair win whilst they were in quarantine, eh? No more needs to be said.
Here we go, though. Looking like August are investing a plant over toward the B site. Jesse keeping them contained for the current time as the Trapwire actually drops the spike. That is massive for Nebula to get back into it. Neural Theft, big peak from Nablus throughout the pit. Still frolicking about, actually, as I say so. But frags left, right, and center right now. Crash doing God's work to capture all these ones. Another one, he'll rack in toward his mark. And now minimize the stellar player that we highlighted a little bit earlier. Dodges out the dart in terms of the damage that could come out from his opponents. And now tries to get a reveal with his own. I like the hand holding from August right now. You've got Xenix, it's quite low. You minimize the full HP. There's the first, the second as well. Oh, the spray from Nameless, though. Gets the job done. Left, right, and center. Frags in that round, Mitch. 1 to 1 to 1 to 1.
What an interesting round overall. You know, they very much managed to sort of break them up, and I can't help feel for Jesse, though, a little bit, right? He had a fantastic hold there, but in the end, just couldn't quite keep it up. And, you know, when he went down, the retake couldn't quite come in. Good use of the Viper's Pit overall. So Nebula still on top for the time being, but, you know, again, it was that focus. Jesse has had a really rough time, and being the Cypher, being the one that is expected to, you know, almost solo a site, it looks like he's going to get a little bit of support, though, in this round. So I love that strategy. I love that play to come out from Nebula. They're going to change the pace. Hunter.
Oh.
He's actually going to go down. So a great start here for Nebula.
I'm hoping that those blades weren't the big thing that August, you know, putting on a pedestal here to be able to win this round. The guns aren't really getting the job done, unfortunately, at the moment. Nebula providing that their guns, their sharp accuracy is a little bit stronger in this current realm. Trapwire can't get through that. Hyok needs to be careful not to make any noise as well. We'll hear the footsteps below him now. A 1 versus 4, Mitch, for Hyok. Somebody that we, you know, really haven't seen too much with so far.
Had a few good moments on that attacking, defending side rather, but not really else a whole lot that can be done at this point in time. Just kind of chilling. He won't be saving either. Round done. And I just got to say, man, minimize. Like, what a guy in this game. 22 and 10. I really look forward to seeing what his ACS is at the end of the game, because he has been playing just phenomenally. On the Sova. Oh, mate. He knows how it goes. Well, it looks like Xenix is actually from Perth as well, roughly. Yeah, that's cool. That excites me, because, like, we used to have such a bloody good Counter-Strike scene. Like, I remind you, like, Sniper is from WA, obviously Sponge is from WA, Ferg, Misfit, like, Panic, like, all those guys that used to put up some real big numbers, and we had such a healthy scene. So if we can revive it to a degree, that would be awesome. Especially because, like, we're the only one, like, we're the only state right now that can really have land. So I would love to run another one, but if anyone wants to land, let me know. I'll sort you out. It's really just an excuse for me to play at this point. I run them so I can play them.
Oh, the damage out and the bullying in towards B. Aaron already finding minimized, so the big hit up for Nebula down for the count. You got a Hunter's Fury and a lockdown available for August. Got to drop it early just to see that they can secure out this round. If you're Nebula, do you still go for this, or do you just say, hey, they've gotten this round, let's have our guns in the next? Our money, we might want to build it up, looking a little bit further on. You got no real reconnaissance from your darts to go in. Your Trailblazer, I think, was already utilized. Nope, Tax still has it in his possession, actually. So it looks like they're trying to keep the containment down toward the lane, down towards the main. He's still got so many of these abilities for Nebula readily available. Even the Seekers right now, I don't say they're going to be used. Aaron's now down to the count, 3 versus 3. Offset to August again once more. Looking to close it out, but no, the faltering Mitch is happening. All on towards Rails, and
Oh no, it bounces.
does bounce. That's quite funny, but you've got the nanos on it as well. So for Nebula, only a little bit of damage.
Yeah, very good round from Nameless in the end. And oh no, he goes down to the Radiant Eye. That's okay. He still had a phenomenal performance there. Has very much stepped up on this half as well, Nameless. Been doing some really, really good things. Because August are still bloody in this. That's all I'm saying. There is another buy that will come out. Tax does forego to get that operator back into the hands of Calf. But yeah, still poor. Oh, Jesse stepped up. Royals is going to be actually the man to take the knee here with the Spectre, but look, it's still a respectable buy in the end for Nebula. They've got everything that they need to make sure that the round can go through.
Bit of a mid-walk. Calth again opening. We've seen that before. Do like the tandem play. The now drone out through main to try and find what info it can. Seekers for both sides. Rails can pop his Viper's Pip. He's going to opt to do so now as well. I do believe he got seen by the Trailblazer, so the Hunter's Fury out to try and catch him in the end. Actually going to do no damage.
And now Tax getting hungry too. Toxic Screen does go down, affords them some information, but they're not actually going to get any because August, they are hightailing it out of there, cruising on out. Just leaving Nameless there to try and spot out any further information. As they do look to set their sights towards B, and it looks like Minimize will be that first point of contact.
Still got all the Cypher utility over there as well at the moment.
Sure.
Got one trap wire out, where Calth will be looking over that in the tube, but what's worth if your camera's over at B, I can find a lot of information. Seekers out are going to do so for August at the moment. Reveal where a couple of the players are, but look at this rotation already. Minimize, looking to see what he can do. He's got his recon dart available. I can go to the back of the lane if no one gets the transition, but the big thing is going to be this operator. They've played it well, August. Get right into the eyes, though.
All right. Big task. Do they go for it here? This is kind of a bit of a make or break round at this point in time. Hunter thought he was actually going to put himself into an awful situation right now, but as Rel's holding on to that operator, I just think they pretty much hold this, you know, try and take the weapons that they've got into the next round, and then, you know, just shift focus into the next, because there's not really a whole lot they can do here. No extra space that can be created. Info does kind of get gathered. Shock Dart's going to throw them back. So another successful round from August, and Nebula pretty much have to allow them to take it up to a tie. And Dion, this has been a good game.
Certainly so. Of course, Breeze does tend towards a couple of the slower paced rounds where, you know, you've got a lot of thinking time as these teams to try to figure out how they're going to regroup in the midst of the rounds, maybe plan their actions for the next round as well, which is exactly what Nebula are doing at the moment. Minimize, what's your plan of action here with the two guns that you saved over? You can't really drop anything over from those two players who are already on those light shields now. Calth to get the operator. If you had your Blade Storm, you could see a purchase, but you don't. So a little bit of a rough state. Definitely with what you said there, though, Mitch, that's going to be the thing. Nebula, you know, see the Tide scoreline, maybe dropping the 13-11 or OT. Very plausible.
Very much so. And I think Nebula will be, you know, not super stoked with this result if they can't pull it through. But as I said, I've been pleasantly surprised by August. They've been really consistent. You know, they show their confidence. But now the Owl Drone will go out. Calth pretty happy to look towards that mid control. Sending his way back now. Well, we'll go up. So they are going to have to sort of force their way through it. Royals with nothing in hand. Poison Cloud. And that's where the spike will be planted. Now they're going to force their way back. Good damage, though, onto Hunter. He's going to be taken down very, very low. So a minimal prospect going into this one. Trailblazer taken down as Royals tries to make something happen here.
Yeah, and Aaron, of course, now dead. Couldn't heal up his teammate who's already quite low. So Nebula is definitely interested in this round. They've got those guns. They've got the pistol. They can finish off on the operator as well. Oh, more kills. They're happening. Defuse. Wait, the Nano Storm missed there? It's half. It's a... No way he's getting a defuse like this. No way, Nebula? Cal?
Oh, not the 4.
They
Jesse will find it. Operator!
Oh my lord.
No, not quite. Man.
That's huge.
Yeah,
That's what,
very,
two
very
guns
big rounds.
and pistols?
Massive.
This goes here.
Individual performance, though, goes large. And it's funny, the second I start talking about how well Minimize was doing, he all of a sudden turns off. Classic. But Cal stepped up. 12 assists on a Jet. That's kind of nuts to think about. Usually you see that on what? Like your Breach.
Any flashing character.
Yeah. It's just not happening right now for Cal. But
It's the thing, though, as well. With 12 assists, it's like, finish your kills. Get
Yeah.
it cleaner.
shoot the head, bro. Nah, he's fine. Clearly a team player, this guy. And you absolutely love to see it. So Tax, ooh, he's hunting for information, but Hyok is pretty much ready for it. I love this play. Very smart.
Oh, the
I
sliver.
wonder who's gonna spot the head first.
Oh.
He might gather this info.
Oh.
Oh, there it is. Nice. Well done, Tax. This is the final round. This is the last opportunity for August to get it done. Otherwise, they'll be heading down to that lower bracket.
And look at the rotation too. It's already coming over. Calf here with the operator. You know he's going to get hungry to get in front of this toxic screen. Minimize can't drone out or anything at the current point in time. Could try to get a dart. That could, you know, get some reveals. But here's the swing from him. Comes out. There's the first two. Vorogla still alive. They're split with each other. And this is the game. Minimize to close it with the 3. That's 13 to 10. Going over in the end. I lost the number there in a second with the quick switch, but yeah, you know, a damn good game on Breeze there.
It wasn't super like flashy or super crazy or anything like that. You know, it didn't feel like there was any sort of super hectic lineups, but it was a very pleasant game. Like it was enjoyable. It did exactly what we needed it to on a map like Breeze. We saw, you know, great movements, obviously from, you know, players that felt the capacity to step up at the time and ultimately, you know, move the way they needed to. So I think that's a great result from Nebula. They've got to be stoked with that, with obviously, you know, the new roster, I suppose, to a degree, and how it's kind of structured. You know, seeing Minimize obviously move over to the Sova, Calf picking up that Jet out of the hands of obviously Dragon. But yeah, that's where I'm really going to be angling my questions. But I've got to say, August, well done. That was sick. You guys are a really good team, and I very much look forward to seeing what you guys have got, obviously in the lower bracket, and seeing how if you guys can actually make it through that next best of 3.
Yeah, and don't feel like too downhearted with that one either as well, you know, because they did get it quite close. 13 to 10 is nothing to scoff at the end, whilst they could have potentially argued that they should have won it there with the, you know, if the pistol little half buy that we saw from Nebula come through on the back of the save, you know, went their way. Could have definitely been a different story and maybe an overtime area or maybe even a 13-11 toward them. But for what we've seen here, you know, take that energy in towards your best of 3s, because as we know, it's not an elimination here. You're just down to that little lower bracket area. 2 more games will find you that qualification if you can win them.
We absolutely do. 2 more best of 1s, and that's obviously how the night goes out. 4 lots of best of 1s. Unfortunately, we had the situation in the first that kind of just made it a real non-game, and the poor guys at Pigeons, they have to move forward into that next one. But yeah, look, it very much is what it is. You know, now we've got a really good game, and depending on how the rest of the night goes, as I said, anything could happen. I remember the last 4 best of 1s in the close qualifier 1 of stage 3 were pretty chaotic. We had 2 teams kind of get knocked back as like a, I guess you could say, upset in wildcard loss to Straight Out of the Zoo. But Straight Out of the Zoo then did really well throughout the competition. They were awesome. Order was like clean through. So, you know, there's just so many different variants that can happen on a night like this. And that's why I'm kind of excited, because sure, this is my only night. I'm going to be, you know, peacing out for the rest of the tournament and watching you guys bring it on through. But I kind of get the chance where I see all the teams and what their agent compositions look like and how they're kind of focusing, because when you're moving into a best of 1, you've got to be confident on that map, right? You know, all the bans can be done early on.
Yeah, no, certainly. So it's always just the BO1 will never give you like the satisfaction that a BO3 can give you, especially if it goes the full distance. BO5s, I mean, it could be argued that they're a little bit long for the players and the viewers as well. But, you know, I think BO3 is the sweet spot in there. Of course, we are just waiting for the words to see the interview to get the cheeky one over with Minimize. But I guess, you know, while we kind of wait for that, next game is going to be Peace and Direwolves. That's
oh yeah.
I don't know how I feel about that one. It's
oh, here we go. We got him. The man from Perth. How are we, Minimize? It's good to have you on, brother.
Yeah, I'm doing good, mate. Happy to get that win.
Yeah, no, I was going to say, man, like, look, we'll keep it relatively short and sweet. It's just the 4 rounds of the best of 1s tonight. But you guys picked Breeze, and the agent composition was a little bit different to what I expected, but you guys look really clean. How's Prac?
Yeah, we've been pracking like a lot recently, heading into VOT. After the first quals, we had obviously got eliminated by Auglers. So ever since then, we've just been pracking like 5-6 times a week, really putting in the work, and I feel like everything's starting to come together right about now.
That's really good to hear. So we know that you love to put in the practice. We know that you love to come up with like the full strategies. And tell me if you don't want to say this. How deep is your map pool? How deep is your comfortable map pool?
Obviously, not sure I want to reveal that information, but every map I'd say we're pretty comfortable on at this point.
That's okay. That's okay. No, because the only reason I asked there is because Breeze was, I guess, definitely not a map that we were, kind of expecting to be pulled out in a sort of BO1 area. Going up against these guys tonight, were you just feeling like the way that the veto was going that you could kind of feel very comfortable on this map against them specifically?
Look, we feel comfortable going against this team on any map, I think. Honestly, like, it was a pretty close game. This is our first time playing a Breeze official. There's a couple things that they did that we didn't actually expect, and it kind of caught us off guard. They played differently to how we've seen other teams play Breeze, so it was a bit different to what we expected, and they got some rounds because of it, which is props to them, coming up with some new stuff. But I think overall we're pretty confident against these guys. Don't really feel the pressure.
Yeah, fantastic, man. And look, I was about to say, go away and get some rest, but it's 6:30 for us. So I hope you'll be hanging around and watch the rest of the maps. And good luck in the next stage of the competition, man. Take care.
Thanks, mate. I'll be watching.
Awesome. There we go. Great to hear from Minimize. Obviously had a really nice show, the IGL of the Nebula scene. And yeah, that's going to be a pretty cheeky short break from us. We'll go and refocus into the next one, go do my hair, get freshen up, and ultimately then we'll be diving back in with Peace versus Direwolves. That's the match of the night, Dion. I'm excited. Everyone, take a rest. We'll be back very soon.
With the new Vodafone Companion plan, you can add up to 3 people to your Endless Starter mobile plan, and they'll get their own plan for just $30 each. Sign your crew up today at vodafone.co.nz. Go you!
Show me what you got.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are halfway through the evening. 4 lots of best of ones tonight. We've had one something and then another actual thing, which was really great to witness. We just obviously did see Nebula take down August 13-10. But guys, I do actually have to give you a little bit of a reminder as well. Just want to run you all through that you're interested in playing some Valorant competitive, which you absolutely bloody should be. Way better than ranked. Make sure you do dive in for Season 3. The registrations are open and it's for both amateur and open leagues. So, it's a perfect opportunity for everyone to sort of, give it a crack outside of, that matchmaking experience. And I got to admit, from something personal that's sit with me for a long time, winning an official is such a good feeling. So check out LetsPlay.Live, for all the information there. And, we hope to see you all in. But Dion, again, it's a good one tonight. Peace versus Direwolves. What are you thinking?
What am I thinking for Peace versus Direwolves? I think this is the match that I was maybe most looking forward to if I'm to stack up the 4. Of course, you'll have your order and everything, and I think the tail end of the night is where we are starting to come through. I'm going to be interested to see, I think maybe more how Peace are looking at the moment as opposed to Direwolves, because Peace have been that team where you got a lot of these players that have kind of never really found their home, and now they're trying to do so together. So it's kind of like the big story being built behind that. I just guess I'm keen to get in toward this one.
Yeah, no, for sure. Direwolves to me have always kind of been that friend squad. I've never really understood what that roster is going to finally look like and how it's all set up, but it's a great bunch of guys, a lot of respect for them all. And Peace is an interesting one in the same light. We never really sure how it's going to end up because so many different changes are coming through. I spoke to Clutchy a little bit before the game, so I've got some insider trading, but I'm just going to run it through into the roster right now and let you guys actually see it for yourselves so we can run it through. So we've got Clutchy, Tensai, Sicko, Nation, and Ronsky, and my God, thank you. We have a good roster for these boys. This is a winning roster right now. Exactly what you can kind of expect. Tensai on the IGL, bringing in Nation, which is awesome. He is such a fantastic player. He's remained consistent for quite some time, and one of those members you mentioned, Dion, never really was able to find a home. Ronsky's one of those stars. I feel like with a little bit more experience and practice in I guess not overextending, he will be one of the best duelists in the region by far. Clutchy, I feel like hasn't hit his ceiling either. Tensai, we obviously know from Counter-Strike, and Sicko, he's been pretty impressive as well. Whether or not he's going to be on that server or the Killjoy, we'll have to see. But Peace, this is exactly a team where you dip your hand in the box and you never know what you're going to pull out.
Certainly so. I can't feel a bit feel hard done by here for poor old Zenkoko, right? When you say this is a winning roster, it's like, oh my Darren, we miss you. But it is okay. It is okay. No, definitely a well-rounded roster that we hope to be seeing. I want to see more Phoenix action to come through if it does go to Haven, though. I've always liked that team when it came to that little lineup. But Direwolves a little bit of a refresh on this roster right now. Going to have Wrath, Lou, Pain, Pairs, and Mist. This is going to be heading up this one, of course. So coming through, you're looking at all this for those smokes. And as I still do believe it, the brains of the operation as well for the Direwolves crew. And I think as well, if you're stacking these teams up right now, you're thinking we've got some of, the high impact Jets.
Yeah, no, for sure. And that's the kind of thing, right? I'm going to assume we'll be seeing pairs on the Reyna, the Duelist Flex. Lou should be back on the Jet, whatever it is going to be. Wrath probably on the smokes, I assume. Pain always sort of picking up their server and then miss the IGL. So again, another roster that's man, this roster could be so damn good. It's just always been wondering, how seriously have they been taking it, because they've not really been set. They're they weren't at their full roster for, the insider info that we had. But it hasn't come to where it was going to kind of go, I expect. Anyway, regardless, we've got Ronsky, we've got Lou. This is the Jet matchup, and again, two of the best players in the region individually. So really looking forward to seeing what map and ultimately what agents are around them to support it. Whether or not it will be the Jets, I assume for Ronsky it's 100%, and similar for Lou. But yeah, this one should be explosive. It should be chaotic, and I'm excited, I guess.
Yeah, I'm just thinking as well, Ascent and Breeze we've already seen. Give us something new. Spice up the pot in this little veto pool. Of course, we'll be waiting to be able to see that. But yeah, I know coming on toward this one, I think in terms of the roster departments between these guys, I'm looking for really big Sentinel action tonight from these teams, not only the Jets. I think that, you know, you've got those Jets that can get about the flanks, not just leading in the charge. The Sentinels are the ones to kind of stop that from happening.
For sure. And Clutch is one of those players who maybe is a duelist, maybe is a Sentinel. We never know. But let's find out from him because we did chat to him before the game.
Hey guys, my name's Clutchy. I play for Peace. In closed qualifier 1, we went too fast on this, on what happened with order, because we had to use our coach, and it was a disaster. We all played like pretty much random characters, I think. We have a stand-in, but like he doesn't really want to stand in anymore, so we need to look for a replacement now. I'm honestly surprised we even got 5 rounds in 7 rounds, to be honest. Like, I was not expecting that many at all. I don't think anyone was. Also, we feel like we should have won that game versus Wildcard 2, but we haven't played Ascent in a very long time. So even though we're like 7-1 up, it was like hard for us. Like all those round wins were like so hard for us because like we didn't actually fully know what we're doing, especially with a new 5th. So we didn't actually go through anything with that new 5th. Honestly, coming into close qualifier 2, we're so unorganized. Like we don't even know what's going on, to be honest. I don't even know what to expect coming in. I don't think anyone does really. So I think we're just gonna hope for the best. Our main focus right now is we're looking like past this like tournament. We're looking past VCT. What are the plans past then, right? So we're looking way ahead on what we want to do with the roster and stuff. So our team is still in the early stages. Like we're not too worried about anything right now. Like right now we're just playing the building game.
It's funny, every time I hear building game, all I can think about is Fortnite, but we'll take that point, and I actually love it, what he was sort of saying there, right? You know, I've known Clutchy for a very, very long time, and he's always been that guy, like the what if about this guy, you know, like how good he could be if he wants to take it seriously one day, and that statement, I guess, gives me hope, because in the reality of the situation is Peace have a very slim chance of qualifying through to the mainstay event, which is obviously going to be those regional finals. They're going to have to take down some absolute titans and accumulate enough points to, I think, overcome like Palastrike, who's obviously no longer even a roster anymore,
30.
Something like that. So I think they're going to have to do pretty well to really step up to that point. So that's what they said. They're looking forward. They are working out what the future holds for them, and I love that attitude. So go in. I do hope they take it a little bit more seriously, because I gave them a big tell-off last time from the last qualifiers, because that was an absolute mess. But understandably, only got a coach. We'll see how they go tonight.
Yeah, no, definitely so. And of course, you know, on that point as well, as you hear it from Clutchy there, the roster is in its infancy still. So it's a lot to work on, a lot to figure out what they need to work on. But I do really like the point that they're looking past VCT. It gives me the feeling that they're in it for the progression into the future. They're not here to just see what happens in this and change up the roster instantly. You know, you've got to put that forward momentum and thinking, you know, build upon the roster and what you can do. We've seen it from teams in the past where, you know, they feel like they've got the right mix of players, maybe not on the right roles. Change that up before you change an actual whole person.
Yeah, no, for sure. And now that they kind of move in with obviously Ronsky picking up that jet, I think we're going to see a little bit more exploration. You know, obviously Sicko's been doing some great things. Tensai can pick up anything. You know, he could be a duelist himself. Clutch is the same. But, you know, I'm actually kind of keen to see Direwolves more so. You know, they've had a little bit of a hiatus. They've taken some time away. And again, it's a shame never getting to cast Lou, you know, because he's just so impressive and it pains me stepping up to. But, you know, great bunch of boys. This should be, you know, 10 pleasant people in the server just duking it out. So let's find out what map they'll be doing those dukes exactly on. Icebox. Okay, I was seeing it like as it's ticked up slowly along the way. So that's great, man. Look, we've had our Ascent, we've had our Breeze, and now we've got Icebox. This is actually turning out to be a reasonable evening so far, Dion.
Yeah, no, certainly so. I'm just thinking for the Mind Freak and Funky Monkeys game, I'm looking at this and I'm like, where is that one actually going to end up? It's like, we're probably going to get a bit of a repeat, but then again, we could completely not. We could get Haven, we could get Bind. I would love to see one of those two, probably more leaning over towards Bind, but Icebox between these two. You know, are we going to see the Viper as the main smoking agent, likewise of what we've been seeing on Breeze, or are we going to see it kind of steer away from that and go towards your Omen as your normal substitute? Brim is weird because I've only really seen Brim come in the ranked area, so that's nothing to really write home about. If you're thinking about it, it should probably be like almost a mirror match between these two teams in a map like Icebox right now.
Yeah, pretty much. I think so. It's become very sort of stock standard, but then we see some like different things kind of change up depending on who's playing it. And that's exactly what we should be expecting from Peace, right? Because it's like, who plays what.
Yeah.
You know, it's Ronsky on the Jet, sure. We're going to see Lou on the Jet, sure. But then where else does it go? Like, who knows? Tensai maybe on the Sage. You know, flicking it around. Sicko should be on the Sova, I guess. But regardless, that's what I mean. Like, as I said, tonight, I literally took my brain, take it out, put it in a bag somewhere, because anything can happen. And that's exactly the way I love to learn about this game and understand what the players. You can spend hours and hours and hours overanalyzing everything and just end up being wrong or something, because some team will be like, I'm going to pick Yoru now because I hate you, broadcasters.
Breeze.
But we'll work that out.
Breeze Yoru. When I saw that, I'm like, all right, I understand it. I understand it. You want to try something out. You want to experiment.
But Tens played it once. He said it was good.
It's the thing. It's like, yes, you can pick the agent, of course, and go with it, but you still need to shoot. It's not always about the agent.
Yeah, pretty much. Exactly.
Anyways, we'll have to wait for the agent picks to come on through, because if you're thinking about it, Jet, Reyna, Sage, Sova, Viper, but you could substitute out the Reyna for the Killjoy is where I'm kind of thinking about.
Pairs will definitely be picking up the Reyna, I would say. That's definitely a pick for him. But
Tensai.
we are pretty close to diving into it right now. So we are going to be jumping into the map. Cannot wait to see what we do have unfold in front of us. And I swear to God, Clutchy, do not do that, please.
He knows.
Nah,
he knows.
He's doing it to troll us right now. That's okay. But there we go. Ronsky straight onto the Jet. Sicko onto the Viper. Understandable.
I thought Ninim was playing.
It is Ninim.
I thought so. It's not Lou.
Yes. Oh, that's exciting, bro. I'm very happy now, Dion. We get to see it. It's unveiled, guys. There you go. That's the deal. This is the thing that was meant to be happening for so many months that we never got to see. And now maybe Direwolves are going to take it to the next level, bro. Lou on the Reyna. So exactly the lineup, the agent lineup that we're expecting, but slightly different. So we're going to see Wrath picking up the Viper. That's awesome. Payne back on the Sova. Oh, man, I'm stoked. Let's go.
This, to me, and this is no BM to Lou by any means, but this is a more potent Direwolves.
We've got the best Jet Duelist matchup in the region right now. That's hot. That is very hot. Oh man, the amount of times, you know, thinking when obviously we saw Ronsky on Bliss versus Wildcard with Ninim, but now Ninim is in his comfort zone. He's with the boys that he loves playing with. He's got Mist at the helm on the IGL, and Dion, let's just roll it in. Let it unfold in front of us. To everyone who has just joined us, welcome. This is the VALORANT Oceania Tour, the closed qualifier number 2 of regional finals, stage number 3. 4 teams from this event on Sunday and Saturday will be deemed the victors to run in and join Order, Bliss, Wildcard, and straight out of the zoo to fend off for those points, because we are so close to finding out who is going to be in those regional finals in total, man. How far we've come.
Certainly so. Certainly so. Love the shades of the snowman as well. Gotta protect yourself from the sun. And
I've been waiting so long for this moment, Dion. You have no idea.
Imagine if that was it, though. The first opening pick with the Sheriff straight on toward it. Tag will come out on towards Clutchy. We were right in assuming the agent lineups as well, by the way. The Reyna and the Killjoy being the other little difference. And right now, it's the Reyna providing dividends for Lou on toward that one. So it looks like, no pairs then is what we're seeing.
So pairs, I'm assuming, was just a sub until this transaction was able to happen. That's what I mean. I've known about this for
we just couldn't say anything.
We just couldn't say anything. But hey, it's cool to see. That's what I mean. Like, this is the Direwolves roster that I've been waiting on, and I'm sure that everyone's been talking about for ages. And ooh, Nation is very lucky to be alive there. Good damage as the old Devour kept him alive for a little while. So Direwolves have made quick movements over towards this B locale. Mist is going to get the wide plant, won't be tagged up by the shock dart. Now they get that spike down, 4 and 3 in favor of the Direwolves.
And the tailwinds here for Ninim if required. 50 HP would need a sharp shot onto Clutchy. Actually gets him a bit of a whiff, a bit of a blunder from Clutchy. If you think about it, with the classic, the right clicks would have done the job at the end. But it is Direwolves coming away and sweeping the pistol quite peacefully, actually. 4 alive. You'll take that.
Let's go. Oh, man. Okay. So only the one frag found out for Peace here. Also very happy. Like, I'm speaking about, you know, how stoked I am to have Ninim here, but, like, Nation too. You know, Nation getting a good home. And that's why I want, like, Peace is obviously an org that has got a lot of strong backing. They're an org that's really going to be investing and trying to go for that long term. You know, they're not just coming in and kind of throwing a little bit of cash at the game. They're actually going the full route. And, you know, here's hoping that we'll see something, you know, big from them as they back into this Valorant roster. But it is very much up to the players of what they want to make of it. Ninham has spotted out some toes. He will narrowly
Tickle them.
miss.
Tickle them.
No! He's run out of bullets in the end of that Marshall. This is a pretty messy and chaotic round right now.
Just a little bit. The heals could have come out, of course, from Mist on towards Ninham, but with where all the defenders are right now, you got to try and get the shots on out. The little bait and switch with the right click of the classic, and now as Direwolves do start to finally eliminate the piece members, it's all going to be down to the last lone soldier coming out through mid, where the engagement will be happening through screen. Sicker with a shorty, can actually get the job done, misses it. Now the right clicks. Oh, they actually missed, and that's the round. So at least good for one off the shorty.
They done. Easy round to come out there from the Direwolves. Certainly looked a bit dicey at the start, but, you know, we always look forward. We work out what the kind of shakes happen in that second round, and now this is the full round where the go is on. Bonus being played out by Direwolves, but they've obviously invested. The Vandals going the way for Ninham and Lou, so Ninham not really super focused on the bonus at all, which is okay. He's going to probably work his way towards those blades nice and quickly regardless. But it's a site lean right now as Ninham looks for that control on the belt.
And straight on towards the upgraded weapon as well. Doesn't want any funny business. Wants to get straight onto the equalization, at least in the challenges. The little double peek out from Peace, but more damage is actually being delivered over towards them at the current time. You do have the flank watch through mid and through the B main area at the moment as well for them. So by all means, just putting out their handshakes right now and hoping that Peace receive them.
Ooh, a little bit narrow on the miss the shot there. So a lot of bullets, no frags found as of yet, as it looks like the Peace camp do choose to settle the rotate a little bit. Able to send one more member in towards that mid position, try and pick up a bit more slack. That'll be Clutchy. We have seen Clutchy back and forth. Obviously picking up that Sova as well is an agent where you can have a lot of impact. Still reckon best Sova in Oz was Dick Stacey by far.
I loved his breach.
Yeah.
I think
I just love him. Bring him back.
30 seconds
I'm thinking Sovas. I like a good hot Chelly Sova. You can never dodge his Hunter's Fury.
Never dodge Ninham either. He's going to be looking for that additional control. Ronski, though, jet diff in this situation. Now he's got to sidestep Lou, and Lou is going to get the job done. Ronski peeking maybe a little bit too early, waiting for the rest of his team to rock on up, who is now there. It's going to be Clutchy. Lou just around to the other side of the site. Will swing. Clutchy gathers the information. Being a bit of a menace here. Mist is going to be able to completely pull the info, and Nation does manage to get at least one, but he's quickly traded out. Now it's all of the Clutchy, and that's Lou. Oh, man. This duo, honest to God, could carry a Nation.
They're looking hot. That is for sure. That is the third round for the Direwolves, which does mean that there's no real money on the flip side for Peace right now. Shut down from quite a bonus that you would, you know, kind of think that they would gather. But no, they're going to have to take a bit of a knee at the current time and figure out what they're going to try and do here with the Marshall, with the little upgraded pistols. It's definitely workable. I mean, don't get me wrong. We know that the pistols can be quite damaging. But, you know, for the Direwolves, they are not going to let it slip. Or hopefully not let it slip.
Self-aggressive. Raph. Just going to deny Sicko here. Nice and early on. Lou. Still kind of sitting. Clutchy is about to walk straight on in and will be punished for doing so. Aldrin over the top, just trying to gather any sort of further information. But yeah, look, Peace, they aren't looking hot so far. They've looked a little bit shaky. Rotate will come over from Ronski. We'll be joining there shortly. But look, again, can't really focus too much on this round. Kind of keen to set my sights onto the next, where we'll likely be seeing Ronski pick up the operator. Res out for Lou, and just as easy as you like. 5 alive for the Direwolves. And they can continue to kick forward. Their money is going to be looking very, very nice now, Dion. If we grab that up on the scoreboard, Crash Man. Yeah, look at it. It's just, like, realistically, that's kind of the half almost done, just off the back of that cash. But I am hopeful. It's still no up for Ronski, which obviously the defensive sided op on Icebox is very, very impactful. Not so much on the attacking side, but we'll see.
You look at the actual numbers of the ultimates here for Peace as well. Everybody on 5, 1 or 2 away, 3 if they're the 8 tickers as well from getting the ults. It could be the combination of a lot of them to really kick them into overdrive as well. You know, propel the first round, figure out a little bit of what direwolves are looking to throw around the map, and definitely look to see them come out with a little bit of something special. But Lou will be able to shut down Ronski, giving up his head a little bit freely there with the floating.
Yeah. Looking, again, a bit disconnected, but there is still plenty of the game to go. Ninum gonna look to clear out that position, but he's actually rotating out. Rest of the team's called the pull. Happy to start to send their way towards that B location. Just the one member in Sicko trying to anchor it down. Obviously with Ronski going down earlier on. That's always been, I guess, a bit of a commentary onto Ronski. Like, in the rounds, especially for wildcard, in the rounds where he didn't die first, they won. And I'm seeing a little bit of that sort of continue on over to this one. But again, I know how good he can be if he continues to, I guess, focus himself. But Luke will go down to the hands of Sicko, making the round somewhat of a winnable prospect. Going to wait for some utility down, and then Mist will get that spike planted behind the safety.
Yeah, and the Direwolves just need to be making sure that they are quite composed here and not giving Peace an opportunity with these shots that are coming out from them right now. All down to the last soldier. Ninim dancing with it. There's going to be Wrath to close it in the end, though. 5-0, another gun round for Peace. Slipping through the fingers. Direwolves, though, definitely providing here, Mitch, that they are, you know, just in control.
Man, this is the Direwolves that can actually, like,
go far.
Get to NA Last Chance quals.
If we are seeing,
that's a stretch,
like, Direwolves hot, we're seeing Mind Freak hot, we're seeing Order hot, we're seeing Wildcard hot, we're seeing Bliss straight out of the zoo. The next area in this tournament is going to be phenomenal.
Oh, man. I'm just thinking about it now. Like, you know, everything on the line, big amounts of cash. I think it's 20 grand, obviously,
correct,
for those last chance qualifiers, too. Oh, geez. And
that's,
that's,
regional
oh,
ones,
man.
yeah.
Oh, it's getting me excited to think about. But, yeah, look, those are the teams I've really got my sights set on. Like, Peace is very much a big question mark. They're obviously not a contender for the competition, but it's like Order set firm on top. I'm interested to see, you know, obviously, because Maple obviously only being a sub, how their roster sort of continues forward. And the rest of that's like Mind Freak, you know, with Ferg, once they're warmed up, that'll be good. Wildcard, if they continue to kick on with Signed, that'll be good. You know, similar thing can be said for Bliss and Straight Out of the Zoo. How's their prac been going? You know, how are they looking? Like, there's just so many different variables. But this Direwolves, as I said, they're a contest. And because I know that not only just having the extra firepower of Ninum, they've been, again, waiting for this moment so long. So we might finally see them cracking much more regularly, putting much more effort in. Comms are higher, moods high. It just means so much.
Certainly so. Certainly so. All gathered. Direwolves again looking for a bit of a plant. Currently Snakebite was in wait, but it does fall over. Bit of a nice amount of damage, rather. Coming out. Kills are here for the Direwolves. Build up those ultis for Peace here. Get a little bit closer as Ronski falls. Soul down to a one-tap from Lou, apparently, with the last gun in the last ball in the chamber.
Well, it's actually so cool because obviously, like, Lou is a fantastic jet, but seeing him on the Reyna is just as exciting, right? Because I see him, I suppose, as more of a rifler than someone with the operator. Whereas Ninum, you know, he can obviously do both, but I put him slightly above, and that's what I mean. Like, that dynamic duo, the game is just set. It's like, throw them in, see what they can do. Mist, Wrath, Pain, all supporting. It's just, Hello, Leon. What's up?
We're on Icebox, and when Ninum gets on CT and goes to the B site, don't go B.
We've seen things.
Yes, with a Marshall.
I've been there. Good opening, though, from Ronski. Love to see it. He won't be able to get away with that one twice, though.
You know, the punishment is going to be there. No resurrection, though. We just see it used a little bit earlier from the Direwolves when maybe not required. They won with 5 alive, but at the cost of that res. So in a round such as this, could definitely have been pivotal. Sicko go for some spots. He's been seen by Wrath, so we'll be choosing to fall on back at the moment. That would have been a good shot for Ronski to keep in the firm position, but Ninum, he's just obliterated him, man. How do you battle against something like that?
You don't. But nah, look, you know, I feel like I've been very, very heavy towards the Dire Wolves camp right now, but it's just, again, all the situations going in, it's like, geez, the capacity, the potential. Even with pairs, you know, subbing in, like, that's still a pretty solid roster. But with Peace, you look at it, all accounts. The only thing that concerns me about Peace is it's 5 very different people, you know, that kind of like, are they taking it seriously? How's the emotions going? And also very much from Clutchy, like that mental game, you know, knowing even in this competition, they're not going to be making it to the next stage. Is it worth it? But like, I would just hope that they would take it full seriously as best as they can into every event, because they're a good team and they've got capacity, and this is the round. Finally, Pensai, Pain just gets one frag. Hey, there it is. They're on the board.
That was rough though. All those duels happening. It was what, 4 versus 3 brought into the 3 versus 2, and then in the 1-1, and it happens, and Peace are on the board, and they've got enough money to still kind of get an investment, but not overly punished for winning a round, because the economy is a fickle thing. You got the blades though from Ronski, so he can drop one over, so I guess it's all right.
Funniest thing is though here, Ninum 6600, still just like, nah, Sheriff and the blades, it's fine.
Yep.
All he needs.
Both blades. Who gets the clip?
So Ninum tagged up a little.
Oh, Clutchy.
Yeah, he's going to be spotted very, very quickly. They've got the info now. Missed. Great trade. Pulling the bait with the old tap of the orb as well. And trying to take that early control as well. Ninum creeping around the corners. Hasn't seen anything as of yet. Nation will drop down. There's one. Another member over towards the Snowman, but Tensai's done well to at least take him down. Let's get the info, and that's going to be, yes, everything is wall bangable in Valorant. But it's Ronski up now, Dion, and he will activate, unfortunately.
Don't get nowhere.
Yeah, okay, this round could turn on its head, but never mind, Lou. He's onto the other side. Dion, so much is happening. The advantage actually going the way of Peace now, and it should be Ronski getting 3. There you go. There's the jet diff in this round. As Ronski on top, Peace wins the second round.
The funny thing is as well, Ninum still did his damage with the Blade Storm. He was up there, he was getting active, he was getting them kills. It's Peace getting what they needed to though, and I did love the little one from Ronski from Snowman. As soon as the Viper's Pit was popped out by Wrath, it's don't get in my way. You don't even get halfway in the audio queue, unfortunately. You are immediately shut down. Peace, another round on the board. They double in. Another gun round, which is huge. If Peace get this one, it's another gun round next with the money that Dire will still have spare.
They've got the operator too, depending on how they approach this A-site offense, because we do know that Peace likes to get aggressive. Dart's broken, no info gathered. And yeah, Clutchy's going across. I don't think Lou spotted him, but Ronski's absolutely also on the floor. That's a great opening, but there's Ninum to at least find the trade. Ronski continues forward. He should find Mist here. Yeah, he will. Now they exactly know where he is. He's already found a frag in the round.
I was gonna say, imagine if you just dashed in toward their spawn to get out of that one. It's not gonna matter, as Ninum does find the kill. Will they expect Clutchy to still be back here? We've seen clipping issues before from Sovers playing in this area. So hopefully our overlords in right have managed to fix that, because this could be huge from him. They're not expecting him to be here. This delay, there's the spike. Oh, pulling out Util. That's a little bit rough for Clutchy. 2 versus 2. But the rotation has come over from Nation. Wrath is going to make his way over as well. Oh, sorry, Sicko. I'm still very firm that I need a HUD to see the names.
2. Yeah, no, for sure. We'll get there. I'm sure we'll have one for the regional finals. That's exciting. That's exciting, Dion!
Yeah.
There.
Yeah.
We've done 6 qualifiers now.
Well,
and 30 seconds left.
And 2 main stages. 8 broadcasts now, or eight rounds of broadcasting. So much Valorant in my life, despite this game giving me, causing me to have a mental breakdance many a time. Ninum holding that line, narrowly missing. That's Nation and Sicko straight back
nice
in.
Patience.
We've got a game on our hands now here, Dion.
That's nice patience from Peace there as well. They know they could try and go in when the vulnerability's there from the plant going down. You know, it's a 1 versus 2, but you don't know if the fake is happening. And with no real time to, you know, get anything out, no real reconnaissance available from Peace either. You know, a Killjoy and a Viper can't get anything out like Yasova with the recon dart. So they waited out, and then they catch the kills on the end there. A little bit unfortunate for Ninim. That operator's down, which means it's not going to surface again in this round. But this does mean for the storyline, for the added wow factor of what this game can provide us, what this match between these two teams can provide us, the more gun rounds we get, the better this match will be.
Yeah, absolutely. Because all of a sudden, the real, the bumps have kind of been brakes have kind of been pumped. That's what I'm going for here. I'm losing my mind a little bit. Taking the time. Narrowly missing that opener, a little slow. Ninim up already towards the top. That's actually some damage to Ronski here too. Tries to line up something. But right now it's a stalemate. And again, as Direwolves do slow down slightly, Peace kind of try and pick up the pace. Rotation now for Ronski, allowing Sicko to take that first engage. But Ninim, he's going to walk away. Now Lou over the top as well. Payne's going to get some info on the back of that recon dart, and it's only really Clutchy here to try and deny something. Aldrone goes out, does get the spot, but they are going to be able to get the plan here. No, not quite. Missed. He will go down. Now they have to plan in the hands of Wrath.
All the shot
has, not really been able to do a whole lot just yet in this round.
He's so low right now as well, very vulnerable. The time that's ticking away leads in for Peace to just navigate toward the site. Blue manages to take out Clutchy, which means there's no shot piece, there's no info gathering available now for Peace. And with the Hunt's Fury too, you don't need to see them really engage from on the site at the moment. They're falling on back. Tensite manages to find Wrath, but it's a little bit Christmas lights in the kill feed with the way that it is happening 2-on-2. Lou looking to be the instigator around this site right now for the Wolf Pack as Tensite forced to fall back to get out his wall. He's going to allow... He allowed to do so. There's Hunter's Fury, Mitch. And look at this. I don't think this spotted Ronski, but with an AWP here, an operator rather.
He's made sound, but he might be able to actually get onto this Theon. The wall is
down
in his favor. Yeah, one shock dart. That's all she wrote. And I think Ronski's got this round. Theon, we have a game on our hands, my friend. He won't be able to save the operator. That will go straight over to Ninim. But Peace, they are tearing and driving this one back here. And this is the one we talked about. There was so much potential, and even with Ninim, Peace are doing work.
Indeed they are. Starting to gather up these rounds. It's, I don't know, for the Direwolves, Ninim, Lou getting all of the kills where necessary, providing the space for the Wolfpack, but as soon as they kind of fall over, it's, everyone else, their utility's already gone to assist in those marks. It comes down to their gunplay, and Peace are providing as a team, as a unit with the full squadron that they're able to do so quite nicely. I've always loved this aggression.
Oh, no!
It would have been cool if he got the kill, but unfortunately not. He has missed his step.
Nice play, though. I like that one.
Oh, he's gone for it again. Oh, beautiful.
The repeat pays off.
Res.
Ronski has certainly gotten back into this. Yeah, there will be a res coming through. Wrath. He's actually taking down Sicko. How's this for the agent engagers as well? We're seeing very much one-for-ones on the agents accordingly, but now Clutchy is going to be walking up with Tensite, trying to take that extra control here.
Deploying drone.
Ronski spotting info. Will fall back, and the timing for Lou revealing his steps. Clutchy will manage to find it. There's a wall still available for the Direwolves right now, and that bolt is going to not happen with the cloud burst. Time to be bought. 40 seconds of change for the Direwolves if they get forced off the plant, but it goes down, and now this is going to be an interesting post area.
Absolutely. Look at the positioning from Tensai right now. Payne's ready for it, but apparently can't quite hit the shot. That's one frag off the res as well. Could be massive, but Wrath, he'll deny. Second frag in the round for him. Now Clutchy moving on up. Ninim is going to miss the shot. He's able to capitalize here. This is massive, but missed. Tries to do something, but there is not going to be any responses, any reactions. And they've got enough time to wait out the snakebite as well. Man, oh man. Another round for Peace. One more round left in the half, and have Direwolves run out of steam. Peace could take this momentum into the next half, but it's not just one individual member for Peace right now. Everyone is stepping up to the plate.
Certainly so. The brain department from these guys is certainly getting everything that they need to as well, because whilst everything's not flashy coming through from them, it looks well drilled at the moment, you know? This could definitely be a case, touch wood, of 6 rounds on one side and then immediately answered by 6 rounds in a row from the other. You're going into this last round here with a pretty comfortable purchase for both sides. Blade Storm available for Ninim. I am just waiting for a gun for Tensai. We'll get dropped it there in the end. The only thing I'm kind of wondering is for Ninim, you know, do you even do anything with this Marshal here? Because we know your blades can just be huge.
And look at the pace. Very, very quick. Coming down the outside now. Ninem up over the top, looking to get towards the yellow box. 100 meters down the straight, looking to get the spike planted shortly. No horses here. Only fraggers. Clutchy. Looking for that information. One cheeky little blade out so far. Nation. It's been a little quiet as it stands, but that's going to be Ninem actually taking him down as well. So it's very much into this 4-on-4 here, Dion.
Yeah, the plant is looking to go down as the resurrection comes out for Nation. It's a bit unfortunate there's no lockdown at a time like this. I think I've only seen it once, no, maybe twice. Plan in for the dire wolves, 30 HP. You want to get the heals out on this to make sure that you are still engaging. It's not going to happen though. Straight on the defense. What is happening? Wrap though with the vision in amongst the Vipers. Bit the damage. It's certainly being delivered as the pit goes down. It's on an Ninem, 30 HP. The blades have been expended. Shock darts out. Ninem finds the frag on a Sicko. It's a one-on-one. The lockdown actually available. The dart will ping out onto Nation, trying to bait out the presence of Pain. Out from the turret. It's not going to do anything. Try and get it to half. The info Q will be there. The side step is enough from Pain. And we're not tied up, Mitch, at the half. Direwolves, they do manage to find one more.
There you go. Finally breaking the curse and jumping straight back into this one. Direwolves leading out the half. And what a round from Ninem on that Marshal. You know, he missed a couple of the blades, ended up running out, but then being able to connect to 2 on the Marshal in a full buy round is just phenomenal from him. So well done. He's going to be back on to the Sheriff. A very different approach from Peace. We're going to be mainly investing into the classics and the light shield. Understandable, given what we'll be expecting. Actually, all 5 members as well.
Bit of an early lean for Peace in this pistol towards B. It's going to be the spotter out from Ninem, straight on the Sheriff. See if he can tap some heads very rapidly as the dart will get a reveal on him. He'll have to fall back. Oh, he's actually not falling back. He's got his tailwind to get out of dodge.
Yeah, still can get out.
He's hungry
taking
for
a bit of damage too, yeah. Good shot.
He's gone back for
and
more.
why wouldn't you at this point? Our drone should find him. A couple of shots missed. Now he'll probably have to utilize that tailwind. Yep, get the site with safety. But look at Ronsky. Exactly. He is isolated so much. Looking to catch it off. Opening frag. This is very much a big battle of the Jets here. Ronsky, 2 colossal frags on the hold. Maybe even another no pain. He will deliver upon his namesake as he taps away to 2 more. It's going to be just onto him and Lou. Where's Lou? Coming around Snowman with him. It's going to be that full wrap. They've got the distance weapons, but Pain, unfortunately, no heals, no nothing. He's going to have to rely on Lou with this Ghost.
It's just very difficult for Direwolves to get back into this. If that turret does get any damage out on the Pain, that will essentially slow him down, eliminate him. It's a huge recon on both accounts, getting everybody in the server, I think, at that current time. Shock dart out to see what it can find, and that Snake Bite is just going to buy too much time, I would say. Here, the wallbang's out from Sicko to get the job done. Peace. They can tie things up on the back of Flame in this round. I wonder though, Mitch. Direwolves, do they fancy a force up here with the damage found? Probably not completely. It's looking like an upgrade-ish.
Maybe some light pistols. Yep, that's enough. Let them play out the bonus. They've still got the lead. And it is that city side, you know, something that's a little bit more supportive. But, you know, Icebox can be very much a 50-50 depending on how it's kind of played out in the day, you know, an aggressive team that's not really facing off any defensive utility. And obviously, that is the position of the Direwolves. They've got the Viper, they've got this Sage, but, you know, that advantage, having the Killjoy as the extra kind of member. Nation, again, he's been relatively quiet, but he rips off the head of Ninem here, so it is only the eco, but at least gives a good bit of opportunity back.
Here.
Player advantage. Peace going into this can be quite significant. If they can sniff out where the remaining members of the Direwolves are, even one, you know, just tip scales in their favor very heavily. Taking a little bit of the patience. Minute to go. Got a bit of control in mid as well. The float back would only see Lou.
Very slow round, despite the position. Allowing a lot of space for the Direwolves. Good damage, though, from Tensite. Able to get something back on the way in. So 5 versus 3. Advantage still holding the way of Peace, as it should be. Rotating into Lou.
30 seconds
Lou
left.
does have a Sheriff here, I believe. And will that recon bolt give the info? No, it's going to go a bit too deep. Dion. Does it happen?
Oh, it possibly can. They've let it go by, but no.
Tensai clears it. Big brain.
Yep, it's unfortunate, but it's one of those things that you got to come to expect corners to be cleared, or rather hope to
10
expect,
seconds
I would
left.
say. Pain is going to be whittled down. Maybe not. Clutchy. Maybe getting... Oh, hang on. Ronsky. All right. No, the last one will do.
That one hits, yeah,
Yep.
of course.
Alrighty. Bonus piece, Direwolves purchase. Let us see what is going to happen. It's not the greatest purchase for them, all things considered. 3 players down on light shields. Can be a little bit rough. Specifically, you know, you got the Spectres, you got that Bulldog to the face. That's, you know, 25 extra damage that you, or HP that you would rather.
All right. So how's the reshift in focus going to go? Very important round for the Direwolves to collect.
Take flight.
Having that first full buy. This is the one that will be, you know, Judgment Day. Ronsky. Ooh, leg shot in. Information gathered onto Wrath as he has to fall away from that locale. And the orb will be gathered too. So that means Sicko is going to have this Viper's Pit available, but ultimately he does have to find his way to that site. Wrath playing a little bit more passive. Will be sending up the Poison Cloud. Does have the one way onto the other side. But still a minute 10 left on the clock. Peace have a lot of time to work with.
I really respect the patience as well from them. You know, they know that they're in a position where they can really take the lead in this game if they can convert this round. We saw how far Direwolves were able to get, you know, 2 gun rounds done. You're looking 5, you're looking for 6. They weren't able to get it till the end. But now, with the guns in Direwolves' favor, any long lines of sight, you want to see them capitalize upon. But the flip side, you need to see this little flank from Ronsky provide dividends. It's not going to with the slow orb. The info's there. Now on towards the site we look to engage.
They waited a very long time, and I guess it may potentially pay off for them because they have been able to get the pit down, and that's going to make it very, very challenging for Direwolves to re-entry to this one. But again, a very slow walk, no engagements, and then straight away we see a 5-on-5 retake on a B site in a buy round, I guess, technically. As it stands, Ronsky, I think he's actually been heard out by Ninum, so Ninum should be able to get away with something here unless Ronsky does something naughty. No, he will not. That allows a bit of an entry point back in. Tensai, though, does some good damage. Wrath, he's very low onto the other side of the site, but Lou's forcing his way in now, Dion. It's getting a little dicey. That's 2 trades back, and now they're able to find some extra damage. It's all onto Lou now, all onto Lou, but I think the time might be a little bit out for him. That's going to be Peace getting their way back on top, and they were down so far. The Direwolves have been overcome for the time being.
I think he must have run out of ammunition when he was playing around that default area as well. You can see that he didn't have really the time to destroy that dart to reveal him. Time was an issue there for the Direwolves, that is for certain, but with the damage that Peace were delivering, able to close out that round and win out the bonus. It's kind of following in pursuit from what we saw on the beginning stages of the Direwolves. Now they will be in toward the Sheriff status. And for Peace, this could propel them quite far.
Oh, man. This game is completely turned. Like, how cold Peace were looking at the early point. Now being back to the position we're in. Lots has occurred. But still at the man advantage. Direwolves. Lou might be able to take down Ronsky here. That's a good response and result. He has to fall away into the tube. And he's actually going to be taken down. Even the Bulldog can do that wallbang damage here, Dion. And that means no weapon today. Vandal will be recovered, and they're going to be hightailing that one over towards the B site. Unless Wrath has something to say, and the answer is no. Unfortunately, only with that lesser bite. Not really a whole lot they can do with the Sheriffs here. Sicko, it's going to be holding the push under the tunnel, under the tube. That's another round that's done in favor of Peace.
Well, you would kind of hope so, if it's only the little Sheriffs to be seen from the Direwolves. You'll take a Neon 1 frag in the round. 2's a little bit more costly, and with the shots
Sicko.
being folded like this, Sicko That's a little bit embarrassing for yourself. The heal now on Mist. He might actually be engaged on another frag here if Peace give it to him, but no, Nation will hold that one down. A little bit of damage to be seen, but we're back into it. We are into the next rifle round. Is there going to be an operator to come out for Ninum? There can be, but I'm going to be choosing out for the stock standard rifles, which is okay.
So the op back for Bronski. Look how even these frags are onto the side of Peace too. You know, speaking about how Clutchy was having a bit of a slow start, Sicko also didn't really get a chance to activate, but now it's very even across the board. Tensai's taking the lead. And Ninum obviously still atop of the scoreboard by quite a sum. And it's going to be him and Wrath trying to take that extra control. Our drone looking to be destroyed, but there's Ninum. And he doesn't have to even utilize the tailwind either. Tensai could look for the res. Where is it? A little further bit back, and he does have the spike. Tensai needs to be careful here.
He could go for it. There's, you know, a lot of bodies here that Peace could still hold this down with, and Wrath is just going to let it go. Repop his smoke. You've seen Ninum try and shoot through this before. Wrath is not going to elect to do so. A little bit of silence, a little bit of an unknown factor sitting at the back of yellow. The dart, the shoulder, the shocky will get him down, put him within the hard stuff. And yeah, that's a little bit rough for him. Can't get out of that. And his team have to scurry over here to assist, and now you've lost him.
And now Ronski doing what Ronski does best, pushing on the way in, and he does actually choose to fall away this time around. Now Mist trying to get his space created. Obviously no res available. Is that a save? Yeah, don't blame him. But this has been a very big turn of events. Crash, can we have the scoreboard up for a second, mate, to check? What's the rounds looking like? Oh. No, Crash is here. Hey, Crash!
It's production with the tab. The way that the sorting is.
I get it. There we go. Beautiful. Crash has BM'd me as a result, and I deserved it. So, rounds. 9 of the last 10, and it'll be 10 of the last 11 now. That's insanity for Peace.
Oh, any damage here could be huge. No, nothing. Nada. Zip. That's okay. We go again in another gun round for Direwolves with the hold in there. Maybe not, actually. Wrath, and then him. And then he's got blades. You can drop one over towards Wrath here. See him get light shields and the gun, so he's gone for himself. Does Wrath have any utility, actually? What did he lose his life with in the previous round? Holding. I think it was only one snake bite, right? So he'll have...
Let's go.
It'll be workable. Let's put it that way.
They should be golden. Whatever the situation is, though, like, this is the kind of time where I'm like, man, Direwolves need to step up. They're going to move their way in. Ninum is going to get baited just to allow Lou. No! Did he get spotted? I couldn't tell if that was him or not. I know it was definitely old mate Ninum, but that's okay. So they've allowed Lou to get the control early. Ooh, Ronski. They both just missed a shot. This Jet battle has been so good so far. Tensai fighting the frag, though, and that's the entry point into the site. The Jets are still on A, and the spike's being planted B.
And it's also got a nano swarm on it right now, so if you leave Tensai to his own devices, he'll be able to pop that and buy a little bit of time, a little bit of chip damage on toward any defuse that I was trying to throw out. This turret's already revealed that Lou is on for a flank. That would have been a phenomenal flick to come out on towards Lou, but he's going to have to rotate around and run a marathon at the current time. Both slow orbs going every which way, and look at all this Viper utility. There's a nano storm early. The tap bait early is great, but now Ninum on for only one. Falls by the wayside. Really unfortunate. The reveal on towards Pain. Now Tensai has his name, and Lou over in mid. He's been revealed off that frag. He's just got to save the operator.
What a crazy turn of events. This is literally a different team that we're seeing right now in Peace. Like, those opening rounds were real slow, and yeah, sure, you know, it's Direwolves, kind of the hype running around. No, Lou! Clutch is taking him. And jeez, man. This is not what I was expecting, given the start. Like, Direwolves have almost turned off the tap entirely, and it's not like anyone is really kind of holding them back. Like,
little droplets of water coming through now.
Yeah. There's a leak.
Yeah, but, it's the Ninum and Lou show, essentially, if you're thinking about the kill department and the impact right now. Yes, there's the assist of the reveals and the space coverage from the teammates, but upon the actual objective kills in this game, they haven't hit double digits yet.
And look, I get it. You know, that's the structure that is going to be this Direwolves roster. It's going to be, Lewin and Nidham go kill, and they're doing exactly that. And I don't personally think, anything from Direwolves is kind of slipping up or not disallowing them to, what they're kind of pushing. But regardless of the situation, Peace are only 2 rounds away from a victory. This is just a best of 1. Direwolves aren't going home yet either. But as I said, they're a candidate to actually make it into the, next stage. Try and contest with the best and ultimately go for that NA last chance qualifier spot. But it is going to be the lockdown, being forced away in. And I think we're just going to be seeing a full 5-on-5 retake here, as it is going to be the remaining members of Direwolves on the exit. Wall goes down, plant goes in.
Ninim is still on the B site, and he's on the far wall too. So at least this snakebite here is buying a significant amount of time or the utility, forcing an unfavorable plant location for Peace. The Owl drone now to spot out what it can from Pain. Look how much time this utility is actually bought. Planting on top of the site that's wall bangable is an extremely rough scenario for Tensai. Manages to escape out, but you've seconded by the Ninim for missed. And now it's onto wall. The retake time, the frags are all collected upon for the Peace side right now, holding this advantage still. I'm unsure what utilities around the spike, the flank, the missed shot. Nation finds Pain. It is all on to Wrath. His position's been hurt, it's been seen. He gets good for 1, but for the remaining 2, with the Sheriff, it would be significantly hard. And Sicko even on the rope. He's just looking like he's on top of the circus right now, but it gets the job done, and the crowd gives the applause.
Oh my God, it's Jason Bourne. Just cruising along the zip line. Tensai, man, what a fair few rounds that he has had. He's taken it forward for his team, and that's what I mean. 1 round for Direwolves, and it was the last round of the half. Absolutely nada. This is a defense-sided map.
Oh,
maybe 50-50.
Yeah.
Regardless, it isn't this. It's not this.
Don't get in my way.
Last chance, final opportunity. Ronski seeing if he can spot out Pain. Does get the info, but I think he's been spotted as well. Now with this Viper's pit down, it's very much on to Ninim to see what he can find. Over towards that long position, but he's only got the Marshal. Definitely not as equipped as he would want to be. The res is up for old mate Tensai as well, and they're going to be taking mid control and just pretty much trying to explode.
We've not seen it.
That's the rip open. Mid's down.
We've not seen this mid control.
Correct. And it's all onto Lou. It's all onto Lou.
He needs to find Oblivion here. He needs to be an absolute menace that Peace are not expecting. He's even getting sniffed out by Tensai. The Lion, though, the timing. They already cleared this corner of Elbow. He's not going to expect vertically. Oh, he might just find 1. The trade, though, the res, 2. Oh, this is real rough for the day. Of course, this shock dart as well. Oh, Pain, no. No.
That's the things that Clutchiest like, man, why are you doing that? But it's okay. It's the last round, and they are confident into what they're doing right now. Ronski will be tagged up. Dropped by Pain. Still winnable. Still an opportunity. It's Wrath and Pain forcing their way in towards this side. The post plan is already set. The Hunter's Fury is available. Wrath is going to have to step up to do what his team needs. Information gathered. Tensai will go down, but it's going to be Nation closing it out with that Nano Swarm. And man, oh man, that game has just thrown me like so hard, Peace just cold, so cold. And maybe that was just to throw us off the scent of what we were sort of expecting for the course of the game, because after losing 6 consecutive rounds, they finally got their way back on the board, only allowing 1 more of 14 rounds. That is just absolute insanity. You felt like it was a 13-0 realistically towards the end, right? Just the way that Peace continued to perform, and whatever the sort of slow start that they had, now they're straight in there. And if that's a Peace that shows up in the next stage of the competition, provided they make it, that's a team that can contest with some of the best.
Yeah. It could also spell a different seeding going in toward the final area and potentially some early knockouts and everything. It does always have a knock-on effect. But to answer your point, Peace cold in the beginning, cold-blooded killers in the end. They just absolutely stepped up where they needed to and turned up the heat on Icebox. It was really cool. Of course, we do get a little bit of a cheeky interview with one of the players on this roster of Peace. And I was kind of asking the question and proposing to myself earlier, who's currently leading the charge for these boys? Apparently it is Tensai. but it's relaxed calling and they change it in the rounds or something. So I'd be interested to see sort of what is the go currently in the Peace department.
Yeah, I'd say it'd just be one of those one or two players kind of really trying to, keep the reins together. I guess it's not a quote unquote pug squad, but it's not a squad that's had enough time to really seed in the IGL. And I think that loose sort of flow is exactly what's paid off for them in the end. They're all really equipped players, all very experienced, and pretty much all know what they're doing. But we do have the man himself in here right now. Sicko, how you doing, my friend?
Yeah, doing pretty good. It was a rough start at the start of the game. We were all very scared, especially when we saw Ninum was in the server. But after coming back, it was very nice.
Yeah, that was actually my first question. Like, what was the reaction when you saw Ninum? Because even for us, we had no idea. We thought it was going to be pairs.
Oh, well, Lockie, the wildcard manager, messaged me last night, and he's just like, heads up, you're playing against an Ninum, so I don't know if he's trying to scare me or something, but it did scare me. But so he came in today. We were still pretty confident though. Our icebox has been pretty good lately. When we saw the icebox picks, we were pretty confident. And then we went 6-0 down. But we kept the morale high and came back.
So on that point, the 5-0 down that you guys were seeing, what was the thing that kicked you guys into overdrive? Because from then on, it was 13-1.
Yeah, look, I don't know. I think it was Ronsky had a nice round or something like that, and I don't know. Everyone started to hype each other up. We normally have pretty bad first games. Well, that's what it tend to be in the past. But we started off bad, but then people popped off. Everybody started hyping each other up, and went from there.
Fantastic, man. Well, look, I won't keep you for too long. Congratulations on the first win. We get to see you guys into the next round. I'm hyped to see it. Take some rest, man, and we'll see you over the next couple of days.
Thank you so much. Thanks for the cast as well.
Easy, bro. Well, there we go. We just have heard from Sicko who, look, fantastic stuff, right? How important it is to keep that morale high and really sort of focus on just take every round as it comes, get the hype off the back of a big individual play and just completely run it, because that seems to be the method to the madness here. But guys, we only have one more best of one for the evening, which is, of course, going to be Mind Freak versus the Funky Monkeys. Thank you guys so much for watching. This is Konkmoto, and we'll see you back after the break.
With the new Vodafone Companion plan, you can add up to 3 people to your Endless Data mobile plan, and they'll get their own plan for just $30 each. Sign your crew up today at vodafone.co.nz. Go you!
You know when your producer's really excited to get into the game where I kind of go, oh my God, I'm not ready for this right now, but it's okay. We're diving straight back into this. Love you, Fraser, by the way. We are here back for another game, the final game of the evening, and unfortunately the one where I have to bid you farewell as the other beautiful casters of our region will be taking over. But for the time being, it's Konkmoto bringing it through for the final game of the evening. Once again, if you have just joined us, this is the VALORANT Oceania Tour. It's stage number 3, close qualifier number 2, the final qualifier. Dion, we're so close to the end of the competition now. With this best of one, it's going to be Mind Freak versus Funky Monkeys.
Yep, certainly is. MF versus FM, and that's going to be a bit of a tongue twister to come through on that one. But yeah, I'm keen. I haven't actually seen, too many of the Funky Monkey players before in like an official capacity, so it's kind of wild to think about. And of course, this Mind Freak roster, I think you could say still early stages with this current rendition. It's like 2 or 3 weeks or something like that they've really been figuring out what to do. So it's going to be cool to kind of see how they're going to battle up against here. Because if you think about it, Peace vs Direwolves a little bit of an upset. You know, probably would have picked Direwolves to be winning that game there. For this one, I would say Mind Freak, but Funky Monkeys, unknown quantity. It could go either way.
Yeah, for sure. It's funny, like seeing that logo, all I can think of is back like years and years ago to that CS roster with like Blitz, Humongous, or Stat back in the day, Yorimato, all those guys. So, my God, that's a throwback. And especially because it's that logo, pretty sure. We're going to leave, no stone unturned today. We're going to give you guys some great introductions to the rosters that you might know, being this one right in front of us right now. It is going to be the boys, Watt, Norson, Scroll, Pex, and Ferg. Big shout out to MJ Carmody inside the chat as well, who has just recently put his eggs in the Mind Freak basket. And we're very excited to see what he will bring to the table. But exactly the same for this roster. We've got Ferg back in. I'm assuming he's picked up the IGL role. Obviously, a wealth of experience. The guy's been, such an impressive quantity to watch over, 10 or so years of FPS titles, which is kind of crazy to think about. And, obviously the rest of the boys, Peck sort of more on that duelist, Scroll on the Sova, Norson, typically the Sentinel, and Watt on the Smoke. So I definitely think this roster is going to start to change up a little bit now that we see Ferg, into the fray. Maybe that allows people like, Norson and to move on to more of the duelist role.
Yeah, it could definitely potentially see that point in time. Of course, these guys have had their fun doubling and changing their little compositions up for some matches in the past. So, I mean, here they should be full focus, full expecting on what to come out with the normal agent selections. And for the Funky Monkeys as well, Reloaded, Psycho, Chronix, Firms, and Jordation. We've seen a couple of these names around before, of course. So to touch upon that, Reloaded, I'm expecting him to still be bringing out the Sova. For Chronix, still on toward, the Cypher, the Killjoy. It'll be Firms on towards the Jet predominantly. Jordation dropping on toward the Smokes and also picking up that Viper where required. And then Psycho, the little last one there, dropping on toward the Sage, but also if required, get up on towards, sort of duelisty Phoenix or KO action. So it depends where they're feeling it.
You desperately want that KO, don't you, tonight, my friend?
I want it, and I hope we get it.
I reckon it's cool, though. This roster, like Firms, he's, one of the guys who's been around for a while. He's another Perth boy, played a few lands with and against him. Jordation, Overwatch background, right? Wasn't he on a top Overwatch roster? So there you go. Big stats. Yep, there you go. Chronix, obviously, we've seen him around for a little while. Psycho Reloaded, I swear I've seen, but maybe not a whole lot in the light. So whatever this is, very big unknown quantity in this roster, as he mentioned.
Was it over Power Strike for them? I'm really trying to figure it out. I know.
Yes.
Reloaded was like old Direwolves. He's been on Direwolves.
Yeah. Cool.
But
all right.
Yeah, throwing it way back is a struggle there. But bringing on through the Smokers for tonight, of course, Watt and Jordation, trying to see what we can do. We've seen Watt, in the server for a long time now. We know what he's capable of with any of the sort of agents that he does pick up. But of course, he brings the brains to the operation, right? It's going to be massive to see what he can do because, in the server, impact on kills, on space creation is amazing. And I think we need to see that from Jordation as well because that Mind Freak are going to be drilled coming into this.
Well, that's the thing, right? This one should be a very quick game in favor of Mind Freak. It could really just sort of tip the scale and head that way. Or we could have the classic Mind Freak where they lose 10 rounds or something and then win in the very dying light of the match. But it doesn't matter. We had Norson on the line, so let's pick his brain before we dive into this map.
Hey, I'm Norson and I play for Mind Freak. We're feeling alright right now. There's been a lot of changes recently. Ever since Lakers left, it's been kind of shaky because we're constantly trying new things and trialing new people. But recently, it feels like we're starting to get into the groove of things, and we've finally solidified who plays what and fix the issues. So I'm starting to feel better and better going to the next stage, and I'm getting pretty confident. At the end of the day, none of us are phased at all because only the finals matter and not the close calls. But we're definitely feeling better now than we were in the close calls, and I think we're playing a lot better. Not really concerned about any team, to be honest. Even in the finals, I'm not really worried about anyone. Obviously, Order's their best, but we've taken them to the edge before. Every other team we know we can beat. Anyone in the top 4 really can beat anyone, in my opinion. In the last week, Prax actually gotten really good, and I think we're doing a lot more than we were before, and it's a lot more efficient, actually. I think now we're getting better at a much faster rate, and we're starting to finally starting to be ready, and hopefully make a deeper run this time around.
to hear from the man himself, Norson. He has been one of those guys that I've very much had my eye on since his inception into this Mindfreak roster, because he's just such an amazing player. And the, frags he's able to find from the Sentinel role is colossal. Typically not really having that entry utility, very much has to be a teammate that they rely on. I think to the Ascent B site, for example, like where it's just his territory, it's so hard to overwhelm it. But the words from him excite me, right? They're not really focused on this close qualifier, but that doesn't mean they're going to take it for granted, which nobody should. You should be taking every official in the same light, and that's exactly what Mindfreak are going to do right now. They've got the new fella in MJ. They need to impress the man, but nah, man, look, I'm excited. I hope they dive in strong, but the same could be said for Funky Monkeys.
Yeah, certainly so. I think, when it comes down to this one, the map pool is not going to be a decider between these teams. It's just going to be like, what sort of direction and what sort of players can they get for their team to just make sure they're feeling really comfortable coming in toward this game right now, and making sure that all the effort that they put in, all the practice can lead to somewhere as well. Because, if you think about it, Mindfreak are one of the teams that we are expecting to kind of go really at the top for that contending spot to go overseas. For the Funky Monkeys, they could look for a little bit of an upset to maybe change that up a little bit later, to maybe prove that, they've got something for after VOT. Because if you look at the point system, they could slot in if they get like a first or a second or something, or I think it's like 30 points on what currently Overpower Strike is on, and then it goes up a little bit. I think it shows like the 10 or something, 9 in the first graphic. So you can kind of slot in, but you need to get like, I don't know, something to first or fourth a little bit later, but we can check up on that down the track.
Hurting your brain right now. But yeah, look, regardless, I think the crazy thing would be is if we don't see Mindfreak in the Stage 3 regional finals. That's the most insane part to me. So here's hoping they step up. So let's check out the map of what they will be dancing around on this evening.
Bind?
Okay. All right, we've had some variety tonight, Dion. None of the same. It's all good. No Haven. I'm okay with that.
Yeah, I'm okay with that. No Haven, no split. We'll take that. It leads into just completely different play styles and agent selections on all of these. I guess you can say the same about Icebox and Breeze, but hey, that's what that is. Bind, we bring in the teleporters to look to put us to bed after this one. I'm just kind of thinking, I definitely know KO can come out on this map. I just want to see it, man. I just want to see it, man.
It's going to happen later in this competition. That's all I know. Because when are you casting again?
Sunday.
Is it Sunday? There you go. So you've got the final day with Mr. Makalia, which is going to be very, very exciting. Who else we got? We've got Digital, we've got Pilsky, we've got Tony. There we go. So Digital and Tony on tomorrow, two of the boys. I see Digital in the chat. So that's exciting, man. That's going to be a really good competition. And, it's awesome that we've had more of the boys come on to really sort of expand out. Our casting talent in the region is phenomenal. So that's really exciting. But yeah, man, look, I think for Mindfreak, this is a bit of a redemption story for them. I think, again, from hearing what Norson had to say, they're not really phased. And even to say that they're not really kind of overwhelmed by order either. Very great statement to make. They have almost taken them down in the past.
Oh,
so
what on a
we're
breach?
going in, and yes. That's kind of... And
No.
wait, look. Hey, do you see that bottom right?
I see Psycho. Plus.
Okay, Ferg on the smokes. So this is what they were saying, though, right?
I know
they know who they're picking up now. They have an idea of who plays what, and they're just going for the one duelist. Understandably, Pex, Ferg on the smokes. We know how good he is on those. And then what? Yeah, on the breach. That's going to give him some extra freedom.
This is going to be cool. If I
you get
remember,
it.
Woohoo! This is the scoreline that Mindfreak destroyed August on, if I'm remembering correctly. The same composition. So there is a demo of Odd that Funky Monkeys can find some counter stratting too, but they need to play their game coming up against this, because you can't counter strat a team like Mindfreak that have been a core for as long as they have.
Yeah, no, for sure. And there we go. So it's going to be reloaded, pulling out the sky. So we do actually have a very, very different couple of rosters here, which is fantastic. It adds so much to the element of what we get to see. We've seen all these different compositions and maps and, structures and play styles. And that's just been exactly kind of, why I tip my hat to a night like tonight. 4 lots of best of ones. For a caster, it's just an absolute treat. I get to see absolutely everyone, what they're kind of, got in store, who plays what, who's going to be the IGL, and ultimately who pulls out, the big green, I guess, or the operator, whatever skin they might have on at the time. But regardless, guys, this is again the final of the evening. We have one final best of one between Mindfreak and the Funky Monkeys. This has been a pleasure to have you all this evening for these 4 best of ones. And once again, it's the Valorant Oceania Tour, Stage 3, closed qualifier number 2. Let's get into it.
Give me a throw. Give me a scoreline prediction. Just numbers.
6. Oh my god, wrong game. 13. 13-6.
36. Oh, okay.
I didn't say in favor of who.
Yeah, I know. I'm just thinking that is quite a
Look,
scoreline.
I'm only going to be backing Mindfreak just because, like, if they don't, that's worse set on them as opposed to Funky Monkeys. But look at this. Suppression in.
Photo showers.
Yep.
Oh, on the TP. I love this play to come through from Mindfreak right now, though. What? He's fluffing a lot of these bullets. Jordation won't be able to sit him down, but the right click for 2.
Collateral. Oh, remember, that's a free weapon, guys.
Silence.
How much, you ask? It's free.
Free real estate.
It's a free house for you, Jim. It's 2-bedroom house. It's got a pool in the back.
And now it's only the last soldier for the Mindfreak squad in Norson. Going to be coming out of the TP. Going to see the footsteps over at Long. They could almost TP themselves if they wanted to.
Yep,
and they're going to
go.
exactly do that. They're going to let him have a little bit of a run. All of the Viper util technically over towards the other side of the map. So it's just going to come down to these Angels. You'll take that though in a 1 versus 3. Take the fights. Don't play around util.
And remember, you've got to teach me the KO utility during the game, by the way. We'll get there. Oh, very, very good use of the snake bite. But
oh, he's gone.
Psycho, what a round, bro. Very, very clean there to open up with the KO. First round picked up on the more challenging side of Bayern on the attack. Well done.
And they'll be able to get the purchase straight on through in toward this as well. All on to the Spectres, just waiting on Jordation. It's going to actually be the 5 for those. Looking to be a bit of a palindrome effect on the other side as well, with the deployment of the classics straight down the guts. No stack, really, for Mindfreak to come through. I guess you look at the next round, you know, they'll have the proper purchase to come through. Any real damage that they can find in this sort of situation will make, you know, things maybe a little bit easier. It just kind of means that if you do, you know, only find 1 kill or something, they could pick up a Vandal or a Phantom. Because the Spectres is still possible to upset the proper rifles.
Flash.
And a frag to start off as well. Fault line will be getting Psycho, clearing the corners with Jordation.
Looking to push on through. Firms will be that first point of contact on towards the site. Dashes over the top. Jordation will be able to find 1. But what? He moves around a little bit scary. Might not be able to find any more, though. Great round here from Jordation. We'll be able to find the spike plant. And now, whilst this is pretty much a done round, walk me through. So this nade...
Fragment.
Fragment grenade or just fragment?
So frag / ment. Like K/.
Ah, yes. Okay, of course. And then the knife?
0/point.
0 point, okay. And what was the other one? The flash?
Flash drive.
Flash drive. And what's the ultimate where he...
Null command.
Null command, okay.
Or null CMD.
Oh my god, this is going to be... That's what I love about this game. So a disclaimer to everyone at home, I have played KO, right?
Once.
But yeah, once. It's enough. That's what I do. Do you know how you get better at casting? You play the game.
Yep. Just got to touch it.
just gotta actually give it a go.
Look at him. He's running in with just Sheriff in this one. Psycho. It's fine. They're playing the bonus properly, I guess you could say, in terms of not over purchasing to upset yourselves in the next round.
Ferg. Ooh, that is a little bit rough there from Ferg. Taking a lot of damage. Look at where Firms is now, but he doesn't even need it reloaded. He's going to find it very, very quickly, and there's going to be the suppression onto Scroll as well. Look to move their positions up accordingly. Take control of the old long position. And Scroll's going to have a pretty big task. Firm's going to take him down very speedy. So this is a round advantage going the way of Funky Monkeys on the bonus very firmly. And they're able to upgrade weapons. Peck's walking straight in.
It's massive.
Mindfreak, hello. That's a save.
Yep, not bye. The post-plan availability as well from the Funky Monkeys. You think about it like what we saw on the previous maps. You've got the Incendio from Brimstone. You've got the Snake Bites to come out from Viper and Jordation. Then you've got the Fragment as well to get a little bit of the chipper damage from some safe lineups. You've got a lot of deniability if Funky Monkeys want to play a little bit back.
I feel like I'm going to need to say them all like heaps before it drills into my skull. But
well, what if I interview now? Straight away.
Fragment.
Yep.
Flash drive.
Yep.
Hang on. What was the other one? What's the move?
The knife.
Yeah.
Gun here.
Point? Something point?
It's a number at the front.
0 point?
Yep.
And run command.
Null command.
Null command! I was close! That's me typing in CMD on my computer. Easy.
Yep.
That's if I don't know actually what I'm doing there. I don't know how to use the computer. But no, it's cool. That's the thing I do like about this game, you know? And it's like a credit to people that commentate like Dota and League of Legends, like knowing all the ability moves for
so many.
how many champions? My word. And that's eventually, hopefully, what Valorant will come to. Not that deep, I don't think. Like, not quite that deep, but I do hope it gets to the point where, you know, the game's going to have picks and bans.
There was a number that they floated about how many agents that they did want to kind of see. Was it like 4 agents a year that they wanted to try and throw out for, I don't know, up to 30 or 40 or something?
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Like
that's
that.
fair.
Anyways.
That's fair. Because eventually what it should do is it'll get to the point. The only thing that scares me is I hope they don't get like locked into this kind of like real heavy nerf meta that like makes it so it's only a firm meta of like what's good. Because we are seeing a little bit of that. But at the end of the day, you know, gun go shoot. So
Yep.
that's the most
Gun go
important
shoot
part.
indeed. You still got the jet supremacy.
Jet's still going somehow.
Well, not for Mindfreak right now.
Yeah. Oh, hey, not really needed on bind, right?
Nah, not necessarily. Seeker's available though, Mitch, for the Funky Monkeys right now. Norson choosing not to go grab the orb outside the B long TP as well to get one step closer to the Viper's Pit if wanted. Jordation here, 2 away. Funky Monkeys just trying to line up what they can do after winning out the previous bonus round pretty damn convincingly and open up nicely received as well.
Great opening pick, firm straight into the U-Haul. It's going to be the suppression onto Pex as well. Has to try and find something, but he won't be able to. Chronix, good trade, good response. Now Scroll up very, very close. Flash dive does come out. Doesn't quite find anything going to the other side. Scroll, he's been let through for 3. Through for free. Psycho and Firms, though, good for the trade. Now it's all on an Orson. Now this is a man that can do some damage. Hasn't get burnt up by the Molotov just yet. He tries to move in. They actually don't spot him. This is huge so far from Norson, but he's locked in. And that's going to be Psycho to close out the round. KO looking pretty good in this one so far. Does have the ultimate available to take into the next. But, man, good start from the Funky Monkeys.
Definitely a good start to come out from them. Haven't seen Psycho die yet in the game, nor reloaded. So just still kind of chugging along, seeing what they can do. Their money is looking absolutely gorgeous at the current time as well. Any round that, you know, does hurt them for the next 3 to 4, they'll have buys for. Unless they want to try and get out some operators and keep on getting those. You don't need to on the attacker side, so they shouldn't be doing that anyways. You got a 3-stack deployment for Mindfreak over to the B site, looking for some info outside the fountain. But meanwhile, for the Funky Monkeys, sending in the Trailblazer towards A, seeing what they can spot out.
Smokes out, looking to make a bit of movement, and that'll be the suppression. Come out from that 0 point early on. Yeah, absolutely. The null command will come out. I'm just gonna keep using it at this point just to make it all work. But Norson does actually manage to find one in the process as well. Reloaded, good for the trade. It's into a 4-on-4 now here, Dion. And that is going to be the Viper's Pit going down. It's going to be a tough one for Mindfreak to get their way back in.
Yeah, you almost feel like they don't even need the control of the U-Haul right now for the Funky Monkeys, although Chronix is still trying to get a little bit of the holding in toward this. Does have the Stim Beacon if he wants to the rapid finance, but Jordation is going to be the point of contact that needs to lose his life in this round for Mindfreak to get into it. That pit is buying so much time, so much vision obscuring, and Jordation's actually just going to call it. They don't really need to be sitting in it anymore. You've got post-plant lineups if required. Chronix has found Scroll. Suppression doesn't go on towards anybody, so they can use their abilities, but they don't need to. This round is done and dusted. This is, again, going to the Funky Monkeys. They don't eliminate what? Well, they do. It is good for one.
This is, like, rough. I don't know. This is not the Mindfreak that I know, and they're taking the cheeky little timeout as well, which is definitely an understood position to be in. They don't look synergized. That's all I'm saying. Like, they haven't really been there to kind of, you know, lock each other's backs down. They've, you know, thrown a couple of flashes out, but then there's been some dry peaks. And yeah, whatever Mindfreak is doing is not the usual Mindfreak, but I won't take anything away from Funky Monkeys because they've looked drilled and they've looked confident, right? They've really managed to get their way into the site super dominantly and, you know, not really be faulted once they're there.
I'm just reading the chat.
Just wait a sec.
Does what look like breach?
Yes.
It's rocking the beard.
I think it's the metal arms that
metal
really
arms?
tied in for me. The metal arms and the Swedish accent.
Swole.
Yep. And he's jacked. Not the beard. That's the last part.
Bet you he brushes his beard too.
Don't pick on me, bro. It gets a bit straggly, okay? I need to get a haircut tomorrow.
Wow. It's looking a little bit straggly for Mind Freak right now, man. 5-0. This is exactly what we saw for the Dials and Peace game before Peace start to bring it back. So maybe Mind Freak are going to be able to do the same thing with a little bit of a thrifty to come through if that's going to be the case with the investment that they've done in this one. Blaze Storm out on the side of Funky Monkeys already. Could use a 0 point to gather information toward the showers, but you're just going to wait out the sky, smoke. Maybe you get the... Ooh. You're gathered for Mind Freak, though.
Now they know. They've got that info.
Orbital strike.
Exactly what Fergie Ferg will need to take through. His firm's already up into the U-Haul position. Is Peck's going to be ready for this? Oh, that's a little bit rough. Great shot there from Pex, and now this could be the entrance back in for Mind Freak. Psycho's obviously still there, but Jordation, Snakebite will ultimately get the job done, so no ultimate available for Ferg anymore. Has to take it into the next round, and they don't have to overstep here, I don't think. They've got control of the U-Haul. They can pretty much just buy as much time as possible, and they're actually convinced on a potential rotate here. Look at the control that old mate Norson is trying to gather, and obviously having Pex with the Vandal back on towards that site. Norson's hunting. Jordation's going to be ready for it. What a lurk. What a punishment. And now Pex
moving.
He's going to try reposition. 0 point won't catch him out, though, but that indeed will. The cheeky little guiding light. Now Pex does get the info, does get the frag, but he doesn't have... Oh my god, Dion, the rocket! It'll go out. This is a winnable round now in the sense. Pex has gone nuclear right now. 3 frags already in a 2-on-3.
We've seen it before from him as well on this map, on this agent. We've seen the ace in, what was that, 1 versus 4 or 1 versus 5. It was a ridiculous play to come out. He's looking to do it again, and he might need to. The orbital strike is still here for Chronix, though, so remember that the incendiary can buy 8 seconds of time here. Pex is going to try and elevate himself. 36 HP. It gets into a rough scenario, and the spike is certainly ticking away. There's the orbital strike just to try and just solidify the round right now. Pex for the 4, not for the 5th. Squirrel will get it with enough time to spare.
Yeah,
so,
he's got it.
Mind Freak, as I said, if they get this thrifty, it could bring them in towards the game.
And this is what Mind Freak do, right? They take tack pause, they win. That's the potential. But nah, that was individual performance, very, very large from Pex, and now he's gone for the old Raze operator, apparently. But look,
satchel yourself out, I guess.
Yeah. Very, very solid start from the Funky Monkeys. And I would like to see this momentum continue.
Continue for the Funky Monkeys or for Mind Freak now. For the interest of the game, definitely want this one to go the distance like the previous one was looking to when we got towards the side scoreline, and then it just kind of ran away with it. Yeah, we got a little bit of a pause to come in. Apparently, we've got a
game crash
nature right now. Yeah, game crash.
That's okay. We like crash, but only the observer crash.
Oh, we like caster crash too. That's fun.
Oh god. Hey, player crash.
Player crash hot.
Man's versatile. Wow.
Man's an IGL.
7'3", jacked. Deadlifts 700 kilos. Oh. Incredible. So we'll have a cheeky little say hello. I do actually think we won't be too far away. It looks like there was a purchase from Psycho. But yeah, this has been a very interesting game so far. Funky Monkeys have been looking real clean. From what we can see in the chat, apparently this attacking side from them isn't uncommon. So it'll be interesting to see how they fare onto the defending side, which obviously we know Mind Freak very coordinated, very fluid. But if they let too much slip up here, that's where it could get a little dicey if you're Mind Freak. Because again, I mean, they're already into the stage, the main regional finals, right? They're already there. I should be, like very much should be. So there's not really much chance, or really a huge deal if they lose this, but a regional final won't be the same without them. Yeah.
I think it's just seeding and what they end up on as well. You know, you probably don't want them to be seeing order early in the bracket. Is one way to put it, I guess. Oh. That would have been a lot of information actually on the back of the 0 point. Maybe 2 or 3 suppressed for a couple of seconds.
Pex very much holding that line. Paint shells will go in, and it should actually throw firms off pretty hard here. That is going to be the Seekers out, though, and now the opportunity, Boombot, to go onto the other side. And the second this toxic screen does fade, there might be an opportunity for Pex, but now Psycho waiting to see if he does manage to pull a rotate, but it's actually going to be Ferg to find an opening with that orbital strike and reloaded, very much stuck in towards the corner. He will be spotted, and he does go for the teleport, so that forces them into a bit of a predicament right now because they are broken up hard beyond 45 seconds remaining. They need to start to make a couple of decisions.
I think I saw 4 ultimates just used in that span there. The Seekers from Funky Monkeys, but on the flip side from Mindfreak, you got the Viper's Pit still activated. You got the Rolling Thunder that was used and that Orbital Strike. So the investment here is quite costly for Mindfreak just to have the containment on this round. 30 seconds to go as the bullying is trying to happen. Norton was not expecting the second one. If he just sprays, he would have lined him up again, but he will put the closer on it. With Ferg actually taking all of those kills. Mindfreak get another one, and it's flawless.
Yeah, that was like a much better Mindfreak, right? You know, it's almost like whatever they've done, whatever the conversation had, maybe they were just doing a similar thing to Peace, right? Taking their time, really trying to sort of flex their way into the game. But yeah, look, we're not exactly like scared away by any underperformances from Mindfreak overall, right? Great bunch of players, but it seems like when, you know, something doesn't feel right, they can just really kind of fall off. But, you know, whatever's working now, they seem to be getting their way back. But we will continue to keep our eye on the Funky Monkeys because they've still got plenty more rounds and they're ahead on this attacking side.
Well, that's information on the back of the Trailblazer. Pex, he's somehow gotten away with that one there. Damage done, though, is seen. There's one. The second confirmed as well. If he can dodge the right click,
how is he alive?
Still holding the player advantage is Mindfreak. Got the spike. The time being.
Spike drops. Shower's clear. Chronix will be pushed away by the aftershock there. Scroll, though. Oh, my God, this position. Actually huge. Denies the plan. 3 versus 2 still in favor of Mindfreak. Watt and Scroll to close it. Again, another round where you sort of think, wow, that's a huge start from Funky Monkeys, but then they are, yeah, classic right click.
If there's anyone to have showcased the right click possibility of the classic, though, it's Swirl, you know, from that clip way back when on Haven. On Seaside. That was ridiculous. But yeah, free gun, big damage, lots of complaints, but it makes the good clips when you see it from a player's POV.
Always. Okay, so this is the Mindfreak that we're a little bit more accustomed to now. Psycho is going to be tagged up by the fault line, and Pex, this time he'll actually shoot onto the Trailblazer. Looks for a repeat. We'll have to get the paint shells out. It's going to be an awkward line, though, but he does manage to find it. He's legged up, but he's still alive. And he's definitely skated out of there nicely. He was also suppressed by the old dart. It's funny how quickly I forget.
0
point. Jinx. If I wasn't on 60 ping, I said that at the same time as you, all right?
Yes, okay. I'll throw you with the, what is it? You're under a white roof or whatever it is. Under a roof. I don't know how it goes.
Flash banger.
Drive.
I'm joking.
Straight on out, though. Funky Monkeys to bring it back whilst blinded by the bird, the hawk. They got a Viper's Pit available as the fragment goes out towards TT to try and keep the containment there. Now things are happening from Scroll's department. For the third, it's not going to happen, but he bought enough time for what to be the unknown quantity. And now for Psycho, 2 players quite legged up, not expecting Norson to be pushed in already. Mindfreak within 1 to try and equalize. And I don't
what
think
a turn of events, bro. Yeah. Kind of rough. Should be an eco for them for sure. Everyone's starting to activate now for Mindfreak. They've all done their part, exactly what the doctor ordered. And it's been a bit of a slowdown from the Funky Monkeys here. But this is exactly, I guess, what we were kind of thinking. My prediction for 13-6 is still kind of on. But yeah, regardless, as I said, I think the thing is, like, I come into this kind of competition and I'm only here for one thing, to see who can make it, who can develop as a team to the point where we can actually see them start to contest your teams like Order. But that'll take time. And so far, you know, Funky Monkey showing good things. So hopefully they've got a little bit more juice on this side and then keep consistency as they swap in the half.
Well, what's the plan for the Funky Monkeys right now? You got a bit of the showers control. You're also trying to establish something over towards Hookah and be long at the moment. That's exactly where your Viper util is. You've already got that wall available. The toxic screen. Well, it's kind of just the bait and switch, it almost feels like, from them right now. Pull any aggression out from Mindfreak. Try to take a gun off them. See what you can do with it. Hunter's Fury at least is baited out. Thrall getting the numbers with that for sure. 1 kill, an extra 80 damage delivered as well onto technically unhealable agent because it's the Sky that's had the damage delivered there.
Launching smoke.
Sky scopes down, but Firms is already out. Narrowly misses the shot though. Ferg able to recompose. It's all Perth v Perth right there. Getting the shots done. Psycho does have the ultimate available if he does so choose, but it's actually going to be Watt swinging on in. No point using it right now. Nobody to revive him as he does come charging on out. It's going to be Norson to close it. Another flawless round to come through for Mindfreak. Man, this has been pretty brutal.
I'm just getting vibes from Peace Direwolves right now for that first half. Honestly, it's the exact same thing that's happened. It's like this one goes Mindfreak and the next goes Funky Monkeys, and that's that, right?
Yeah, no, it was...
No, it was this one that Funky Monkeys got. Well, essentially, this one that Direwolves got, and then the last one went back. Was it? Maybe.
No, it was a 7-5 half in favor of Direwolves. So they got 6, lost 5, and then won the last, and then they didn't win another round.
Revealing area.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Okay. But a little bit more of a scoreline that we were kind of expecting. And it is, you know, quite a commonality, I guess, to see a, you know, newer team go up against an experienced team, maybe get a few solid rounds, but then fall off. So here we go, that null command. He's going to come in right now, and they're ready to kind of lock this down. Look at Scroll's positioning. Same with Watt. Despite continuing to be suppressed, and despite the guiding light coming out, Firm's going to go down. Chronic finds one, but Scroll lines them up. Jordation all alone, and my God, the lockdown to come through from Mindfreak. That was just easy, breezy, beautiful cover girl.
Yeah, the problem with that as well, the Sky Smoke dropped, but the Incendiary inside the Sky Smoke actually meant that the Funky Monkeys couldn't run through that. The damage ticks away way too quickly. You're not going to have your Sky look to get out the heals in that current predicament. You're only sending in your Jet there essentially on Firm's turn Tailwind, and then by that time, the rest of the team is already kind of just undermined by the fact that all of Mindfreak is there, ready to kill you. That was really well played out by the defenders.
Yeah, clean as hell. Very easy.
Get out of my way.
Do kind of hope we see a bit more of the Funky Monkeys as it comes on up. But look at Firms. He is having no more of this. But unfortunately, he's lost a couple of those blades, so there's not really a whole lot of him to go in with now. Peck's repositioning. Doesn't need to go any further. Yeah, 1 blade. 1 shot, 1 kill. That's all he can really hope for right now, Firmsy. And there's the all the ultimates coming out. Orbital strike towards the back of the side. Firm's going to be tagged down very low, and he will be taken by Norson. Psycho able to pick up as a response, though, dropping down Pex. This is now 4-on-4. A great flash in, but Norson's going to turn away. It's not going to be enough, though, Dion. Fragment goes down. It's going to force Ferg away. They need to get this plant, though, still.
Yeah, certainly so. You got a Rolling Thunder to still buy time on the side of Mindfreak. If you've already got the rotation from Watt, you can just buy a lot of time and disorient your opponents whilst the Viper Spit is here. He's going to use it, try and push them off, but actually catches Ferg, which is quite unfortunate as the flashes do start to go in. It's not going to really happen. Watt manages to convert it on towards Reloaded. Psych actually on for an ace technically here. Not going to get it now that Jordation is in, but the TP's already been heard. We go over towards the B side. We might be on a bit of a tied scoreline unless we can see something here to come out from Ferg. He's 1 away from Orbital Strike. He gets a kill.
Alrighty, Ferg, show us what you're made of, brother. It's a 1.6 major. Top 4 teams. This is your thriving hour, but regardless, both members playing quite a passive route. Only has 1 bit of utility. He does have the orbital strike available if he is to find a frag, so there is an opportunity. Does choose to force his way through now. Stimbeacon goes out, gives him the chance, but spots one in the corner. Knows he doesn't need to reposition. They're going to flood him towards that elbow position now. All they have to do is swing as a unit, and he's done very, very well here. Jordation baiting it in. And that will be the 6th round by Funky Monkeys. We are tied up as we move out of the half here, Dion.
Who would have predicted that from when we were 5-0 though? Like if you think about it too. You know, what we were seeing from Funky Monkeys was just obliteration, and then that Thrifty to kick Mindfreak into overdrive to figure out exactly what to kind of get kickstarted in the game. And then they run it in, and it was looking immensely clean from them. They were reading Funky Monkeys, except for that last round. It is what it is. It is tied up, 6 apiece. We flip over. And from what we've heard, you know, Funky Monkeys' attack is usually quite damn decent. Can their defensive side also live up to the statement?
It's the last half of the day, Dion.
It is indeed.
Wrapping up. So, Mindfreak, bit of a lean towards that B site early on. And Funky Monkeys, they are going to go for that early aggro control. Try and gather some information, but I think they're still happy to leave a couple of members there. What? Fault line will go out. So they'll have a position. Ferg's already there. Great opening pick from What? Loving him on this breach. This is where he's going to thrive now, but that Molotov gets a lot done, but it's not going to really matter at this point in time. What finds more? Site secured by Pex. Norson on the lurk. And he's actually going to rotate around as well, even creeping back into this position. Psycho's looking for him, but it's not going to matter. Jordation able to get the trade, but it's a 4-on-2 in favor, and they're actually going A. Okay. Yeah, Mindfreak are here to boogie. I think this might be a close game, Dion.
Maybe, but we're not going to call it too early. Of course, CT is currently locked in by the little late lurk that we do see up there. So right now, just looking to see what Jordation could do. I don't think he expected to get that frag on the Ferg, it kind of looks like, with the little tail end of the kill. Well, it does happen, which means it's only one more frag to try and equalize this, though. The problem being is that defuse, there's now a recon bolt that can be thrown out to the site. There it is. It'll get destroyed. Thought it was going to be a... Oh, hang on. Do you have an aftershock or nades right now to try and deny this defuse? Oh, you've got paid shells. There you go.
One enemy
That'll do it.
remaining.
Close, though. That round should not have been as tight as it was. So that's a very good response from Funky Monkeys to at least take a whole bunch of the damage. So now we move into the second round. Will be the purchases on in. Norson's actually going to go for the Vandal. Scrawl might just hold on to the Ghost, to be honest, but it's just going to be only a light investment. Sheriff for Firms, goes for Chronics. So pretty much just like a non-round, unless the classics do something spooky.
What's
which
brought
is
out a
always
Guardian?
a possibility. Yeah, like it. One tap.
Oh, it's always so smooth sounding, a one tap from the Guardian, especially if you've got that upgraded Prime Guardian. Oh. Gorgeous. Four stack to A right now for Funky Monkeys. Hedging their bets, putting all their eggs in one basket. All on green, as it would seem right now, on this defensive side, and that's a risky bet.
What is it? 30-1? Something like that?
Is it 30 or 32?
I don't know, man.
I don't know. I don't gamble.
All my casino runs are a blur at this point in time. The last time I went, I won so much money, I never want to go back because I know I'll lose it all eventually. The house always does win, but Mindfreak wants to be the house right now. Of course, they've just managed to take that down. 0 point goes through, should gather some info. Scroll, a little bit tagged up, so really, again, the name of this game is just making sure that nobody dies.
Pretty much.
So far, Ferg finds one, Pex another. And they should be able to find a clean, closed out round, and they will. That is the recipe to continue to kick on for Mindfreak. As they've got, what, 5 more rounds to close this. Yep. But Funky Monkeys, they're going to have that full buy-in. So Mindfreak win this. That's where it starts to get hard. But otherwise, Funky Monkeys can try their best to reset and look forward.
Full buy, but it gets a little bit awkward on the shield department just to make sure that you can get all your utility into it. Does bring the Spectres a little bit closer, you know, with the legs or the body shots and the headshots and what have you. So just to still be very careful here for Funky Monkeys. The defensive side, this is where their metal will, you know, need to be pristine, clean, and not rusting.
Okay.
Deploying drone.
So some early sort of info onto where the location of that jet is, but now they're going to be picking up the pace nice and quickly up towards that site. Jordation, goodbye, my friend. The old flash drive does try to come out, but Pex is going to rip the head off of Psycho, and unfortunately, I think for Funky Monkeys, this just might even be a save, and it's only your first buy round.
Yeah,
It's fending away from the bonus of Mind Freak.
I didn't even notice that there was a Bulldog in play from the Funky Monkey side. I actually thought that they had all the Vandals and the Phantoms and they dropped down onto the Light Shield. So this is even more rougher, the fact that they've had to sacrifice down towards something like that. Ferns at least is able to offset things by finding Scroll, but time ticking away already. There goes a little bit of a bop on the satchel. Oh. It's getting close. Incendiary though,
Molly.
that's enough. Oh,
That's
and
fine.
the snake
And,
bite.
yep. That's what we remember, right? This post plan setup is disgusting.
Yep.
And I mean, look, in Mind Freak's defense, Funky Monkeys have the same post plant utilities, so understandable. But yeah, look, knowing Mind Freak and the way they structure themselves, this could be real tough. And this is what I mean. You know, potential chance where Mind Freak just close it from here. Still want Funky Monkeys to do more. Don't let anyone else see anything underlying.
Back to Warlords playing with sticks though in this round for Funky Monkeys. So we'll see if they're going to be able to convert them into a sword or not. Oh, that's a reveal of 2 in Garden. You don't like to see that. It's going to cost an Incendiary deployment from Ferg though, which will kind of slow things down if they don't want a little bit of the team damage, but they will have a crack that they can sliver in through. Rolling Thunder in, and actually seeing that Incendiary. Someone's just walked straight into that on the side of Mind Freak. That there being what?
Spike planted.
All right, Spike goes down. Norson once again there to catch the wrap. Psycho. Ooh, he's actually spotted him out here. That could be a little dicey. 0 point does manage to sort of catch him, but I don't think we're going to be seeing Funky Monkeys overly keen. They might just do some extra damage on the way out. Good shots from Reloaded, but Pex is on the flank. It's actually going to be the Seekers to come out. Uh-oh.
What's happening? It's only one. It's one.
Nah, it's all right.
Oh,
Snake Bite's down. He's somehow gotten through here, but...
He's 1 HP, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Clean. That was a little bit shaky, I guess, for Mind Freak, but it's okay. They managed to pull through. They've got money. They've got buys. They've got everything. They don't need to stress at all.
Nope. And this is going to hopefully look a little bit better for the Funky Monkeys. We get the Operator in the position of Firms this time, which is, you know, been really non-existent with the shutdowns that have come down. But what is going to be the play for Mind Freak here? So they go in with haste to try and catch Funky Monkeys off guard. They've got the clearance of U-Haul here with the Orbital Strike, with the Hunter's Fury if they want to as well. The Showstopper can clear back towards site. Triple, there's a lot in their arsenal that they can utilize right now. Nobody's going to be going over towards Showers. It's all kind of lining up towards this short area for the util. The Owl drone out. The Snake Bite's actually going to be landing back behind Triple. It's going to force Jordation back and almost out of sight.
Nowhere to run!
Good opening, though. Pex has to try and find something. Nothing spotted out through towards CT. Jordation, I think he did get a cheeky little bit of information there as the old Aftershock's actually going to force them away. Another teleport through. Look at Pex's position. Operated, though. Good for Firms. Able to find one. Pex.
Oh, Jordation.
That was huge from Jordation. Catching the lurk. And now the spike is dropped and it's all onto Scroll. So Funky Monkey's very much going to be able to deny my prediction right now. Creeping up into the showers unless something you know, unbelievable comes out, but I think they're pretty happy in this position. They don't need to lose anything further. Jordation watching over towards short from heaven. They'll leave one more in Reloaded to see if there will be any cheeky little CT push, but at this point in time, Scroll's pretty much just trying to clear out everything. He has been spotted and he'll be taken down in a second. We'll wait for it. Maybe 1 or 2 frags on the way out. See how he goes.
No, the flawless for Funky Monkeys, which is exactly what they needed to get started on this defensive side. Whether or not it's a little bit too late, maybe that's a question for another day, because we saw exactly what Mind Freak were able to do, right? From a bit of a worse scenario. So at least they've gotten one on the board in the proper gun round with another one to be following it. But that's the exact same thing that we can say about Mind Freak. Their guns are back in existence. They've still got that orbital strike that they're holding on the back of Ferg. 2 away from the Viper's Pit if they can play post with it. But it looks like almost a similar engagement toward the startings of the A site right now. A little bit of the Showers presence, though, that they are looking to engage with. Oh. Yep, you're gone, too.
Later, Skater.
At least he takes
He's
Psycho
done
with
well
him.
though. Yeah, he takes him with him. I'm going down, but you're coming with me. What? Will be tagged up by the snake bite, but he's able to at least get away. Now Firms, he's got a lot to do from this position here. Operator back in hand. As they swing around, it's going to be the cheeky little one-way for Firms, allowing him up onto the truck. And just watching towards short. Has to try and tap onto this here. What's going to be... Oh, no! There is no way, bro. I understand that a right click doesn't always work, but that was right close at a... Now, 3 versus 2. It's going to take its time. They don't have enough in it. Reloaded might be able to try and make something work, but there's just no time in the round. And what's going to close it? 3K and Firms. I feel for you, brother. I hope you watch this back afterwards and know that was absolute BS.
Yeah, that's a really rough. He's been hard done by in that one. That is not a genuine click to come on through from the blades. Ping. I don't even know at that point in time, to be honest with you. That's just... It's not the thing that we dwell upon, though. Mindfreak did play that round, quite well to be able to lock it down and buy a lot of time with the holding from afar. But it does, of course, mean the Viper's Pit to come out from Jordation. Will at least be happening now. Bit of an exploratory phase for Mindfreak across the showers. The holding of short behind the pit. You've got also the little floaties towards the B site, but at the same point in time, there's a bit of an engagement happening down B long. Through the teleporter goes the Trailblazer. Actually spots out 2 and gets a stun. So that's a lot of information for Funky Monkeys right now.
Poison orb emitting.
Plenty of time still. Norson. I think they've got a little bit of info on him. Will soon fall away now. They've got all that control. They're trying to look to find something. Don't exactly know as to potentially where the guiding light did find something. Great shot from Firms. Taking down Ferg. Norson will look to reposition now, but it's a little bit of a disjointed take at the moment from Mindfreak. They're, leaving one just outside this, the Viper's Pit. I think they're just sort of seeing if anyone will push accordingly. So they're going to be attacking whatever site. They've got 35 seconds. Looks like it might be A, and that's going to be Norson going down as well. So Firms has done some really good things. And Jordation's got
dodge too.
That's a spicy boy right here.
Oh,
but he's taken down.
Yeah, trying to get that utility. That's a little bit unfortunate. Was trying to dodge everything. Now the Rolling Thunder goes in. Psycho manages to dodge that. He will be kept at bay by the Aftershock. He can peek afterwards, but the Hunters, the Orbital Strike, that's just immediately gone down.
Did he get it down? No, he didn't. He tried to stick it, but he just ran out of time. No. He tried to stick it into the Orbital Strike. Pex has found 3 though, Dion. Only Firms, and he needs a big round.
There's first. The dash, the pre-fire. Oh, it would have been great. Oh, he's going for it again. The Hunters, the shock dart will force him back. He's still got a comfortable amount of HP, but what do you do in this situation? 7 bullets. You got to go for the swift headshot. He's provided it, but Scroll says right down the barrel of that one and wins it. Mindfreak. Serious point.
Match point.
And chat's pointed it out, but I'll do it. 5:05. Take tack pause. 12-7.
Yep. And it was 13-7 in the previous game.
Crazy stuff, man. That's how it goes, though, right? Have a bit of a chat. Work out what the go is. How are you losing in this way? And, maybe just recollect yourselves because, as I said, whatever the Mindfreak camp had a chat about, they clearly know their focus, but this is, ending up pretty much exactly how I expected, right? It needed to be a big win for Mindfreak, and that's no disrespect to Funky Monkeys because they've also showed some really, really good performances. Like, getting that many rounds on the attacking side of Bind is quite a statement, but, it looks like potentially they just need to work on their defending side a little bit and then move forward.
And there's the shot to come out from Reloaded. It's always dirty when you do hear that one shot. Now you got the KO push up already outside the cave for Psycho. This is not going to be expected. 1, 2, 3, 4, and the Sheriff hit the floor. That is unfortunate. And now we've got all of these just disconnected duels that we can potentially be witnessing. They've got a narrow focus on towards Ferg at the moment. They've actually slipped past Norson in the garden, so this is quite weird. Norson's probably I wouldn't say being yelled at the moment, but being questioned on how the player's been able to slip by. Jordation, see you later. 3 versus 3. Look for the plant. Now Norson will be able to get
They've got the lurk now.
Little
plan for
frag.
CT. Yeah,
that's rough.
So many things have happened, bro.
Go again at the same position that we saw Psycho without the show.
Taking control of CT, Scroll's in heaven. He might have to be careful here, given to where the position is coming in. Scroll is actually looking down towards CT now. That's good. Chronix will get taken down. Oh, no. Does find it. Down to Firms. He's had a little bit of bad luck in this game so far, and he will continue that bad luck as what is going to be able to take him down. And there we have it. You know what? Putting up some really good frags, and all of Mindfreak really showing up to the plate where they absolutely needed to and hitting it out of the park. So as I said, there was literally no surprises for me in that one. I was one round off the prediction. I'm close. I'll get there. I promise. You did put me on the spot though, Dion. All right. I didn't have enough time to think. But I'm proud for Mindfreak because that means we get to see them go into the next stage of the competition. We'll be returning them back, but we won't be saying goodbye to Funky Monkeys either. They will be obviously moving into the lower bracket. And very quickly, we've got the man. How good is this this prompt guy? What's up, Lewis? How you doing, my friend?
Yeah, I'm pretty good. Yeah, happy we just won that.
I'll go for the easy question because I won't hold you for too long. I'm sure you want to probably shoot off and get to bed. That pause, what was said? Because that's the winning round.
I can just told like us pretty much. All right, they're doing what we expect. They're just grouping us 5. We just got to play like together. We like where they're making noise, most likely where they're gonna be. So we just adjusted, and we just mentally reset. Like no one was tilted, even though we were 5-0 down. And I think they got a bit spooked by the tack pause, and I think they started getting in their own heads a little bit as well.
So a lot of those times the rounds are getting, very close at the end, but the patience is coming through, and you, throughout all the haste, have kind of just, fallen back a lot of time for the comfortable sort of plays and everything. Funky Monkeys not really being able to battle against you guys. The resilient scene is something that you guys have always built upon, sort of for teams out there, I guess, taking it this line of thinking. What's some advice that you can give to them?
Just got to stay positive, I think. Don't tilt. Game's never over. Like even with that Peace game, they were down 0-6 and brought it back. We were down 0-5 and brought it back. Like no game is lost until one team gets the 13.
There you go. Perfect advice from the man. But look, hey, Lewis, congratulations, my man. As I said, it's something we sort of expected, and we're glad to see you guys kicking on, especially with Ferg, and good luck in the rest of the competition.
Yeah, thanks, guys.
Awesome. Always lovely to speak to the man himself as we do start to wrap out the night, Dion. That is us all completed for night number 1, of course, of the Valorant Oceanic Tour. Stage 3, close qualifier 2. I think I'm going to burn myself out from saying that so many times, but that is me done on close qualifiers. How awesome is that to feel? I mean, now I can sort of shift my eyes forward. It's like, okay, this is what we've got now. The final runs, the big stages, but big congratulations to every single team that has been involved so far. It's always a pleasure for me to be able to get my eyes over to some of the new and up-and-coming players and understand who is the one to watch. But speaking of what to watch, Dion, let's introduce what we will be watching over the next couple of days. So as far as I'm aware, tomorrow, which Tony and Digital will be bringing you guys through, is going to be Villains versus Nebula and Peace versus Mindfreak. That upper bracket run, determining who. Oh no, sorry,
yeah, they got the lower, I think. Yeah,
they get the lower bracket. Never mind. Sorry, scratch that. That'll be on Saturday with Pilsky and Mac. Tomorrow will be August versus Funky Monkeys and Pigeon Esports versus Diebel. So, look, I guess that's 2 games, obviously, where we're going to be having, obviously, someone get forward a little bit further or say goodbye completely. So this is, again, as we mentioned, the last opportunity for those players to get into the Stage 3 regional finals, which is where the points will be accumulated, and it's the last chance. Given where we're at, there's still a chance into this. There's still an opportunity. So very much looking forward to what actually we do have in store, Dion.
No, certainly so. It's going to be cool to kind of just sit back and watch the games over the next 2 days as well, and then get hyped and get ready for the ones on Sunday, which means after that we'll know kind of where we're looking toward in our next little qualifiers, or rather not qualifiers. They're like playing for the money, playing for the points, especially as well, to see who is going to be in what seed for the next area to then go international.
Yeah, exactly. And that's the main thing, right? It's not just playing in those Stage 3 regionals for seeding. It's money, it's cash, and, 10,000 Australian dollars, Dion. That's nothing to toy around with. But look, guys, again, thank you to everyone, rather, whether it be player, coach, admin, everyone who has made this event great so far. That's all going to be from me for this rest of the leg. As I mentioned, as I said, tomorrow, Digital and Tony, and then yourself, Mac and Pilsky, are going to be closing out for the next couple of days, Dion. So before we go, any final words, my friend?
Enjoy the games over the next few days.
Very good. Nup, spoken wisely from the man himself. So again, thank you to everyone who has watched. A big shout out to our partners in LG. That's what I was going for. And Vodafone. You guys are absolute legends. Without you, it wouldn't be the event that it is right now. Let's Play Live. Thank you so much. Make sure you guys sign up for the Open and Amateur Leagues as well. Competitive wins are the best. And as I said, big love from us all. This is Konkmoto. We'll be out, but not for too long. See you guys soon.